Take care, y'all.
Saying words? Is that better? Okay, I got the thumbs up. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Community Spotlight. We're just going to do the intro again. We have the special Wind Waker episode for you all today. We're going to be starting off with Standard, then going to have HD afterwards. So thanks for tuning in. I'm going to... 1 second. Okay, sorry about that. Had to fix something real quick. So we're starting off with Halcyon Haley is going to be running standard definition, any percent no MSS for us today. And then after that, we've got HD with Linkus 7, going to be running all dungeons. But before we get into that, just a few quick announcements. If you've missed any of our hotfix shows, you can check out our YouTube archive of past shows, youtube.com/gamesdonequick. And of course, if you're watching on YouTube, feel free to drop by our Twitch channel, twitch.tv/gamesdonequick. We appreciate it if you would stop by. And of course, as a reminder, all of our bits and subs for this entire month of January are still going to the Prevent Cancer Foundation after the amount that we have to remove to pay our tax liability on that income. And of course, Frost Fatales 2022 is coming up in February, starting on the 27th at 1:30 p.m. Eastern. You can find more information about Frost Fatales over at gamesdonequick.com/framefatales. And we have a new event that was announced, Unapologetically Black and Fast. It's a speedrunning series celebrating Black Joy here on Hotfix. On February 13th and 14th, Black runners will be able to celebrate their joy. You can find information about submissions and how you can participate at !UBAF in chat. But now that we've got all of that aside, Haley, how are you doing today?
I'm doing so good. Thank you for having me, Ray. I'm Halcyon Haley, and I'm really happy to be here. And joining me, I have Gobbity Bobbity and Jwiz.
Yo. Hello.
I'm good to start whenever, then we could chat a bit more during the unskippable 5-minute intro cutscene.
Yeah, let's go for it. We'll chat while that's going.
Okay, starting in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right.
So why don't we get Gobbity and Jwiz to introduce themselves so people know what name belongs to who?
Yo, I'm taking the spotlight from Jay. I'm Gobbity Bobbity, first and foremost, okay? I am a Wind Waker runner, legendary Wind Waker runner, I should mention. No, I've been around the scene for a bit, and it's really cool to be here. And it's really cool to have Haley running this. I'm super excited to be here coming for this. This is awesome. And yeah, anyway, go ahead, Jay.
I'm Jwiz. I haven't been around quite as long as Gob. I've only been running the game for just over 2 years now. Yeah, looking forward to this run.
He's also the current world record holder, but too humble to say so. But I'm Haley. I'm Halcyon Haley, but you can just call me Haley. Yeah, I've been running the game for, oh goodness. I started as a randomizer runner, and I started doing that over a year ago. But I've only been running the vanilla game for about 6 months, I want to say, not even a year. So I'm still newer to vanilla speedrunning, but I went into it already pretty familiar with movement and mechanics and glitches and stuff, so it was easier for me to pick up the game. And I've been grinding noms is the only category I've done, but it's a great category and I love it, and I'm not quite done with it yet, and I'm really happy to be running it here today. So yeah. Right now, There's no gameplay. We, as you can see, unlike our HD counterpart, the little fuzzy game, the SD version, has intro cutscene that we get to watch that tells us a bit about the lore of the game, and who doesn't love a good lore cutscene?
This is what, 4.5 minutes, I think?
Yeah, so we gain control.
This part of it is 3:45, I think, and then we gain control at 5:12.
Yeah. So there'll be some tech smashing before the 5:12 mark, but at 5:12, I get to actually move Link around. So, yeah. And I just realized I didn't start my own timer.
Oh no.
That's okay though.
Who needs it?
I will start it now. Or I'll do the thing where we started at 5:12. That's okay. See, that's actually a good thing about this intro cutscene and knowing when we gain control of Link, because you can start your timer later.
All right, so
yeah, you got a lot of time to prepare.
while we've got the intro cutscene going, why don't we explain any percent no MSS? A lot of people who've never seen this are probably like, hey, what's MSS? Why are we not doing MSS?
Right, so MSS stands for the Manual Super Swim, which if you've seen a Wind Waker speedrun before, you may or may not, you've probably seen the Manual Super Swim, which is where immediately upon gaining control of Link, you side hop off the tower, jump in the water, and then the speedrunner will start pausing lots of times. Lots of pausing for a very long time, depending on the game, and they do that because if you frame perfectly turn around in the water, frame perfectly a lot of times, you can gain a lot of negative speed. So they didn't cap negative speed in this speedrun or in this game, so you can gain enough speed to swim all the way to Dragon Roost. But it's a very hard trick, and some people talk about like not feeling like they're able to learn it. So there are a lot of no MSS categories where we're not allowed to do that trick. So we go through the prologue, we run around Outset for a bit. And we get to the Wind Waker at about 32 minutes, whereas in MSS category, we'll get the Wind Waker in about 5 minutes if it's HD, I think 11 minutes if it's SD. So it adds a little time, well, a bit of time to the run, but it's it makes it more approachable to somebody.
Yeah. So when you really get technical about it, it's a lot different than SM64 BLJs, but when you just want to think about it in simplicity's sake, it's like SM64 BLJs where they forgot to cap the negative speed and you're just going backwards.
Yeah, and so for the longest time, I mean, MSS is like relatively new for like the history of Wind Waker. So like everything in the beginning is like super like optimal. I've been doing this for such a long time, and ever since MSS got found, Wind Waker has kind of just turned on its head, and it's been a wild ride ever since that, next to the next thing. But we finally got to the point where it's like there's got to be another way to run this category. It's not so intimidating with so many hard things. And no MSS in general bans a lot of harder execution tricks because Wind Waker is one of the hardest games like ever. So no MSS is more of a beginner-friendly category in general. That doesn't just ban no MSS or MSS.
For example,
regular run.
It bans pop again skip, which in order to do pop again skip and with the items that we have, you'd have to mash your way all the way up and then do like very precise bomb drops and then land on a ferry and then stay alive that whole time. And then you can do Morth Hover. We'll be doing Morth Hover.
If you do MSS, you also don't get to visit Grandma. So, hello, Grandma.
It's very sad.
Yeah.
So pretty much for the next 30 minutes is gameplay that you wouldn't otherwise see in an MSS category. So we get the tunic. A lot of categories you'll see you play through the game in your pajamas, but we get the green tunic, the classic green Link shabam stuff. Yeah. So we get that outfit. And we'll get to do a few other things on Outset as well. It's pretty basic movement for the start of the category because we really get to start breaking the game once we get the Wind Waker. So for now, you'll just see me doing like right here, I'll do a save warp because it's faster than leaving and rolling back to where I want to be. Just little stuff like that for the time being.
Yes, you'll notice that she didn't have to say, she just said click yes to save. She didn't have to say no, I would not like to continue playing, because after you save, you can instantly hold the soft reset combo and it'll reset on the first possible frame after the save.
Yeah, I also
It's
just
very
wanted to
convenient.
mention, like, really quick, like, I mentioned it's sort of like a beginner category, but no means is this an easy run, especially with this
No.
run. I want to make that very clear. This is still a hard category. Wind Waker
Yeah.
is just, like, extremely hard in terms of optimal difficulty, where it's like, yeah, this is still a very hard route, and it's still very exciting to watch. Still very cool.
Yeah, beginner, and when it comes to Wind Waker, it's very relative. There are, for this category specifically, there's a beginner route to the beginner category. So like, I will be doing the most difficult route, but there are more beginner-friendly routes as well. So, but it's still very challenging. Even the beginner route is still very challenging.
Yeah.
One thing I will
There's just
say
something you
about
can't
Wind
get
Waker,
around.
one thing about Wind Waker, I guess this goes a lot for both games, but it's different in both games, both the SD and the HD version, is there's only a certain amount of tricks, and we just use them in a lot of different ways.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think that one of the coolest things about NOMs is like every split feels like a totally different thing. We'll be using storage a lot, which we'll talk about more later.
What's NOMs?
Oh, NOMs, that's what we like to call No MSS.
Oh, okay.
Noms.
It's easier.
Yes, it's a cute name for the cute game.
Yeah, it fits.
So right here, I'll be mashing A, and I did get a little very baby time save, but to get a full speed roll out of the water, it has to be the first frame you're out of the water.
Those palm trees also have really dumb hitboxes.
Yeah.
And can
Yeah.
just make you bonk sometimes.
Oh boy, coming up on Orca.
Orca, my buddy.
Like, why don't you take it away here? Let's go
Okay.
in depth with Orca.
So, Orca, you'll remember this is like your sword tutorial, but we can optimize it a little bit by doing very specific combos.
Yeah. Usually
So,
you just do like
yeah.
the mash B and Link. It was like blah blah blah, hiya hiya. But you can actually do quick spins here, and that's because we're holding different control stick directions on certain parts of the combo. Because usually Link will like jump and do all these crazy moves that are really slow, but just being able to do a quick spin out of them is really fast.
And here I'll go for the quick parry. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I was way too late. But if you get a frame perfect A press, you can get what's called the quick parry. So like right there, I had to wait a bit for the next parry, but that eliminates the waiting period for some reason. So just like knowing what to do in Orca makes it like way faster than it would otherwise be in like a casual playthrough. The combos are they feel very cool to pull off.
Oh, it feels so clean.
Yeah, like that was pretty clean.
So we mentioned before about save over. Before Haley just save over for the menu she was on, now she's going to go over to the other menu just because it's very easy to hold L or R as you're pausing the game, and then it brings you right over the pause button. Just a small optimization.
And you would never want to run do a run on like any other file other than the first file. Otherwise, then you'll lose time to menuing. So yeah, right here, it doesn't look very challenging. Like there, I missed a roll. But like rolls in this game are what we like to call little baby rolls. So if I miss a roll, I lose all my speed, and it's really difficult to build your speed back up, especially going uphill. So rolling is very important in this category and in this game in general.
Yeah, you have essentially 2 frames to keep your roll. You get like a perfect roll when your text goes away, but you can still keep your speed with a 2-frame roll. But besides that, you just like lose all speed, and it feels so bad.
So here we're gonna start collecting rupees because we need to buy the sale later for 80 rupees. So that's the first 20. You just quick spin the rupee out of the log. And I side hopped into that Bokoblin cutscene there so that he moves and doesn't. That's pretty.
That's not really good. Yeah, so we're relying on a lot of RNG rupees in the beginning here.
Yeah.
There's backups for like all of them, but we need a good RNG is what's nice.
Oh, I don't know if he...
Did he
Oh, he
fight?
did. I couldn't... Wow! Sorry, usually you leave this area, like, it's amazing if you leave this area with like 30 rupees. I have 33 rupees right now. That's actually like insane.
So like, if you're not doing a really hard strat in the Forsaken Fortress 1, the rupees you want out of here, by the way, is 26. That will be like the perfect rupees. So 33 from RNG rupees is
Oh my
a
gosh.
lot.
Why can't I have this RNG like other than just now? That's crazy. That makes me very happy. It feels very good to get. It always feels like really sad when you quick spin like a really large patch of grass and there's just nothing.
Yeah.
I decided I would start going to new patches of grass because my old patch of grass that I used to quick spin never came through, so I switched it up for you guys today.
And clearly,
We're very excited over
given this
33
sample
rupees.
size of 1, it has paid off. This is the new patch of grass.
Yeah.
Yeah, so when we get
Statistically
to
significant,
Windfall-
that patch of grass.
When we get to Windfall, we should have 67, or not 67, 77 rupees, and we
Yeah.
only need 80 for the sale. So we'll just have to get like a quick blue on Windfall.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so it's not the end of the world if you don't get the rupees on outset, because there are a lot of rupee drops on Windfall that can easily back you up. It's just slow.
So having a higher rupee
Yeah.
count just means you don't have to spend time on backup rupees.
Exactly.
Yep.
So this getting the rupees now is gonna save me time later, basically.
Yeah, there's a few consistent spots that we go for. For example, there's 40 that you'll see we'll collect in FF1, and then there's 5 pots on Windfall. But there's also RNG flowers on Windfall. There's an RNG pot on Windfall if you still don't have enough. And then
There's more
also
RNG
in
pots
the
if
grass.
we really don't have enough.
But we're like, yeah, we route around the consistent pots with like a small bit of RNG because you're not gonna get 0 rupees. That would be come on. But,
No.
But yeah, so we have those consistent ones. But if you can like skip those pots, like one of them's like under a stair, so it's kind of awkward to move around. So if you can just roll past it, it saves a bit of time.
And right here we just have a lot of text mashing. This is like the longest text we have to mash in the whole category, but get it out of the way now. Common themes in the category are mashing and RNG, which we've already brought up and we haven't even left outset yet. So I just have to talk to Grandma one last time, and then we'll be on our way to the Forsaken Fortress. And I'll pull sword here, because I'll be doing a jump slash up here. It's good to pull sword before you start rolling for some reason. You don't want to pull it in between rolls, because then you have to interrupt your rolls, essentially.
Yep, and you lose a lot of speed.
Yeah.
But you always have to walk a little bit before you start rolling, otherwise you'll get a really low speed roll that brings you like nowhere.
Yeah. So while that walking, it's just convenient to pull out sword anyway if you need it.
Oh, yeah.
That can lead to bad habits though when you just pull out sword and ever start moving, and then you
Yeah.
immediately realize you have to put it away, and it's like, okay, well
Yeah.
that didn't work out. But
The very dramatic cutscene. Link looks so sad. Feel bad for the boy.
He looks so sad, and then Grandma turns around with the, I knew you were leaving.
It's so...
Here, take this.
I definitely cried when I first played
You
this
can go
game as
save
a
your
kid.
sister. First I
Especially
took my
when-
granddaughter, now my grandson is going to
Yeah.
try to... Oh.
sad.
Unfortunately, that's the last time we'll be seeing Grandma. But she'll be okay.
No grandma soup in this category?
Unfortunately, no.
Yeah, soup has been taken out of essentially every single category. Not even in 100% do we. Well, actually, we do sometimes. But there's been routes with 100% where we still don't even get grandma soup. So like, it's a wild ride.
Insert chat's reaction of, is it really 100% without getting grandma's soup?
If you don't get the soup. You want to see all flags would be the category for you. All permanent flags. And we say farewell to Outset. We'll be back shortly. Weirdly enough.
I'm sure that we could slide in a little time slot on GDQ to put in all maps and figs.
Yeah, surely.
I mean, the
Surely.
record's 20 hours, so.
It's not that long. Yeah.
Right.
Break it
Oh
up,
no,
maybe.
I need sleep. I'm gonna have to veto that one.
So coming
But
up
even then,
is
the optimal. Go ahead.
sorry, coming up is a running, I guess, I don't know if I would call it like a running joke in the community, but so there are 2 ropes games that you might remember from your casual playthroughs. The ropes in this game have interesting physics, I guess I want to say. And so it looks like it would be really difficult to mess up, but it's actually so easy to fail ropes. And it's always really funny when you do, but I'm gonna do my best to not fail the ropes game because
I will say the ropes in SD aren't as bad as the ropes in HD. Sometimes the ropes in
Right.
HD, they just throw you off to the side. For
Yeah,
no
somehow
reason.
they made them worse in HD. I don't understand. I don't understand how they keep on making things like worse in the HD version. Like Impona and Twilight Princess HD is supposedly just worse too. It's like, what? You already had the game. Like, what are you doing? But yeah, we have a fun little thing too in this game, and probably in a few other games too. But it's a what is it called? A control sig glitch? What is it?
Analog glitch.
Analog glitch.
Yeah. Where if you hold the direction and then you turn your camera without letting go of your control stick, so you don't reset to neutral, you won't go in the direction you're holding.
You just continue going.
Yeah, you'll continue going in the direction it would have been before you like switched your camera in free cam. So you gotta always return to neutral, so it can be really hard on these if you like forget. You'll just run up the side and it's like, well.
Oh yeah,
Alright.
you'll just be holding forward and the link will go like any direction but forward.
Yep. And that happens a lot in like everything, so it's just kind of, you get accustomed to going neutral. Like off ladders and stuff too, it happens. So.
And I didn't feel ropes. Fantastic.
Yay!
You just want to make sure.
Nico doesn't push us off here.
Oh yeah, Nico. I feel like if you do stand to the left of him, he definitely could push you off. But if you turn the camera like while Link is jumping, then there's no reason you should really fail ropes. And I have jumped off. Like I completed ropes and then like just jumped off like in the complete wrong direction. After I'm like, wow, I did ropes. So here we'll do a save warp because that is faster than leaving the normal way. And we'll spawn on top of the pirate ship, I guess I should say, outside of the Forsaken Fortress. People arrive.
Yeah, so we're
Yeah,
gonna go into FF1 here, and we're gonna grab some rupees along the way. But we got to deal with the nasty little light cycle. And the light cycle is actually active right now. As soon as you spawn onto the boat, the lights are going. These lights will catch you and send you to jail. You don't
Yeah,
wanna go to
so
jail.
your tech smashing here actually will impact your light cycle. So when people go for what we call the fast light cycle, they usually focus pretty heavily on their movement to get on the ladder, first of all, and then your tech smashing here. I will not be going for the fastest light cycle. I'll just be going for the normal one, and it'll let me collect more rupees along the way. But I still want to make sure I'm just, mashing text at a average speed.
Yeah, even though
The
it
lights
is
are
like
shooting.
yeah, even though it's technically like a different light cycle, you still have to be good to get it.
You still have
yeah.
to get there, yeah.
The nice
Yeah,
thing
I
about
like
this
that
one too
fast-
is that you have time to like get the rupees. So if we don't really need those rupees. So if it's really tight, I guess
Yeah, well, you
getting
gotta
more than
say
2
they're
rupees
lucky
doesn't do
here.
any good technically, because we only need 2 of those green rupees.
Yeah, there's 4 green rupees on the side with the lights while we wait to clear for the reds, but usually, we
Because you
don't
got
have the whole
so-
33 rupees.
Normally you don't leave outside of 33 rupees.
Yeah. I did get kind of lucky.
Yeah, and lights in this game are, interesting. So basically, lights.
I will not be
only-
demonstrating.
No, don't get it close. But basically, lights in this game, essentially what works is it only detects like your head if your head is in the light. So you can be like the light's gonna cover like half your body. You can be in those lights and you just won't be caught if you're on the right side because the lights are in
Yeah.
like a triangular shape. So if you're on the side where it just hits your feet and body, you're good to go. And it looks really funny because you were just inside of those lines.
Yeah.
And you just don't get caught. But if you're on the other side, you get caught before you can even touch the light because like the tip of your head touches the bottom of the cone. So.
Oh boy, I get to play? Oh my gosh. Oh, just kidding. Just a little bit more text and then we get to do lots of exciting things. FF1 is actually pretty hype in my opinion. I kind of like it. It was really stressful learning because like getting caught is like terrifying. Because you get sent to jail and obviously
you lose a lot of time.
Yeah, getting sent to jail is like slow. So yeah, I'm just gonna not get caught and get these little red rupees here.
Oh, coming up to the dreaded
Coming up on
window
Gob's
jump.
favorite trick. The window jump.
The window
So
jump.
here, I'll target and then I'll just like run into the wall a little bit and then we'll just go whoop. Oh gosh, okay, that was, yeah.
That saves like 5-6 seconds. It loses 30, but you know, if you fail it. But
it's really nice
you
because you
fail it,
pretty much
bad.
go into the automatic camera that you get, and since it's a GameCube controller, we have notches on the controller, so you just hold straight up, and it works
And then I want
every
this,
time.
want this bokoblin to follow me. Oh, he's being mean. Okay.
there.
Okay, this is fine. This is
Well,
good.
he's
We
here
want
to
the
stay.
double attack,
And he's dead.
and that's good.
Yeah, we want to kill him, so the fastest way to insta-kill him is just getting him off that ledge, and then he'll just instantly die. Instead, it takes like, otherwise like 3 spin attacks or something. It's just,
Yeah, so there's actually
Yeah.
something very unfortunate that can happen there. It didn't happen, but if you hit him into the water, there's a chance that he just doesn't die.
Oh
And
no.
so you get up there and the lights are still on.
Right, so the reason we need to take out that bokoblin specifically is because we need that light, that searchlight to be off.
And we're coming up on some moblins here. Don't worry about this. The doors work. We're coming on moblins, and they behave very interestingly with barrels. You're gonna see here.
So I'm gonna pick up this barrel and immediately remove it.
And then he can't see us. This guy could see us though if he's a little quick. But if we roll
But
into
if I roll into the wall, Monka
Then you just
ass.
hit
Oh
him.
my goodness, yeah.
Yeah, all the moblins are like cycles, so it's pretty much like random, you know, what they do. But there's
if this
things
one's
to
really
counter.
fast, this one's impossible to like do the fast strats on if this guy's really fast. So
Yeah,
let's see if this
so-
guy's gonna be really fast.
Yeah, a lot of people think that they see that and it's like, oh, you just get.
This is fine.
Ooh, that's
Yeah,
tight.
it looks fine.
No, this is fine.
It's fast. Nice.
He was slow, so I could be slow getting onto the barrel. So yeah, where his starting position is like random. So sometimes he'll just be like way too fast for you to be able to get the barrel. We should explain.
Yeah.
We pick up the barrel and remove the barrel because it does some sort of thing to Link's hitbox that makes it so the moblins can't see us as easily.
Yes,
Yeah.
the only logical like explanation that we can make sense of how it works is that when they were making the game, they had like game testers go in and like remove the barrel when they thought they were far enough away, and then they caught them. So I'm guessing that's why they just keep the hitbox of like what the moblins see for a little bit extra.
Yeah, and it's kind of, a lot of people see that and they do think that it's like, oh, you just put the barrel on off and then the moblin can't see you. Well, not really.
Yeah,
It's a
earlier
little more
today.
complicated than that. And it's kind of weird to explain because there's not really, I mean, there is an explanation, but, oh, God.
Remember orca combos? Get wrecked.
Oh, throwback.
I'm gonna try to go for a side hop here. Okay,
Nice.
Nice.
thanks.
Frame perfect side hop.
Yeah,
So
you
there's a lot
can
of,
do
like,
one
little-
input there.
There's a lot of little like animation breaks like that where you have one frame of control. And so if you get a side hop, you don't just stay in midair. You get the full side hop.
Yeah, but even if you have perfect mashing, it's still like 50-50 whether you get it or not.
Oh, yeah, you get it or you don't.
Yeah, because it's a 30 FPS game and you can only mash so fast.
That was a good FF1 though.
Thank you. No, I actually feel pretty good about that. I was actually super nervous for the first moblin because I didn't feel like I rolled into the wall enough. Sometimes you can just get scammed.
Yeah.
But yeah, so overall, not losing time to FF1 feels good.
Here's also, if you have a really small bladder, your first bathroom break of the run. It's the only bathroom break of the run that you'll really get, unless if you're really fast.
Yeah. The game is very mean with the cutscenes because you get really long cutscenes, but half of them are filled with text, so you can't leave.
Right, yeah.
Otherwise, you'd have a lot of bathroom breaks.
So
Yeah, obviously it's a wired controller, so.
So it'd be great if you somehow could get a wireless controller, but
Yeah.
HD.
Well, there
Inside
are
Something about
wavebirds,
HD.
There are wavebirds, it's true.
but I haven't heard that much about them. Also, they're probably pretty expensive.
Yeah, nowadays. Oh.
So yeah, so here we have text. Haley.
More text. If you want to catch up on the lore of the game, this is your chance. It'll be, one of the few times. Where you get some
I promise we're
exposition.
almost to the Wind Waker. As soon as we get the Wind Waker, the run completely changes.
oh yeah.
We'll start doing all sorts of crazy shenanigans.
Yeah,
But I
so
have a lot
like
of rupees too, so yeah.
The big difference is like as far as the game. So this is No MSS, obviously, and once we sail to DRI and get the Wind Waker, that's essentially where MSS run would start after the MSS. So we get to skip all of this. Well, we go back to FF1 and stuff different ways, but so this is like kind of like the huge difference between the two categories.
Yeah, so right now just smashing text. Pretty standard.
Coral's just telling us about the big evil Ganondorf.
We'll see him later.
Someone in
And
chat.
Haley.
Coral, in case you don't know, is the acronym we use for the boat, the King of Red Lions.
Yeah. Someone in chat says they tried a bathroom break with a wave bird, but it did not reach from the toilet.
Yeah, and also just looking in chat, someone asked why JP text. JP text is not only faster, it is incredibly faster. If you play on
Yeah.
English after playing on JP, you will fall asleep in this cutscene.
Oh my goodness, it's so slow. We had a
Yeah, so-
friend in the community who wanted to start learning noms and like only had an English copy of the game, and like it's almost like unspeedrunnable.
Yeah, you hear like parts of the cutscene music that you don't hear in the JP version. And it's like, oh, this one kind of goes hard.
So slow, it's like, what? Where did this come here?
So yeah, those are the flowers that Haley just went over that we normally get. There's also a pot right there to our right, that's a consistent 5. But since we got all of the rupees on outset, we just need this 5 right here. This is the fastest 5 to get.
And like Windfall
sick.
feels like a landmine because it's like there's so many NPCs that you can accidentally talk to. So you do a lot of frog walking. First
Yeah, just
accidental sword pull.
Just a quick little number. In the old, at least in the old route for Wind Waker, when it was about 3-4 hours long, JP text-wise saved around, I think it was 19 to 20 minutes. So there's your comparison.
Yeah, in case you're
Time-
wondering,
Sorry.
if you've seen the HD version, it uses either Italian or Spanish text. That's because in the HD version, they increase the speeds of all text
Yeah.
by 4 times. And so it's 4 characters per frame. And so you think that, well, JP would just be faster, it'd be so a lot faster. But they didn't increase the speed on JP, so.
So I feel like a common complaint among people who play just like vanilla casually is that the sailing speed is incredibly slow. You can kind of speed it up by doing these like what we call sail jumping. So like I pull out the sail and I jump at like about the same time, and it gives us a little speed boost. So like the longer we have air time, the better it is. So doing it over waves like we have right now is really fun because you can get like super far sometimes, or not far at all.
Yeah, Haley's actually opting to do sail jumping, which is a different way of the sail pumping. You can
Yeah, we
just
can
like
also do
mash
this.
like A and Z. Yeah, so this is like regular sail pumping, but sail jumping is slightly faster if you can do it really well.
You'll
And
notice
it
when
looks
she's
really
doing this, every time she pulls out the sail, Coral gets a little boost.
Yeah,
You
there's
look
like
at
a
the
little
waves.
teeny boost.
Little baby boost.
Yeah.
Oh boy, coming up, we're gonna see our first instance of storage. A quick little rundown on that to be super fast. You're gonna pull Wind Waker out on a ledge, you get pushed off that ledge, and for 3 frames press the Wind Waker. If you press B 3 frames exactly before you hit the ground, you enter a state of storage. with storage. You'll see what we can do with it. We're going to do a super swims. We're going to do chest storage. We're going to do a bunch of stuff. It's a really complicated trick that's really involved. Basically, oh, go ahead, sorry.
I just would like to quickly mention before I start doing this, if you're photosensitive and I pull out Wind Waker and I jump in the water, I would look away.
Yes, that is a good warning.
Yes.
Yeah. We're going to start flickering.
Because it's going to happen often.
Yeah, the game will flash. It will be essentially 2 different frames that we're looking at, but it switches every single frame at 30 frames per second.
Also, isn't Wind Waker the game that started the trend of speedrunners calling any weird glitch state storage?
Yeah.
It might be, yeah.
It's
That's
gotta
pretty
be.
funny.
Yeah.
Even in Wind Waker, people are like, can you store enemies? It's like, that's not how this works, okay?
Yeah.
Can you store gaming? No.
Unlucky.
So yeah, getting the Wind Waker pull and falling like that is a 3-frame window, but then actually pressing the B button to cancel it is a frame perfect trick. So then we stored Coral's text, and so that's just saves it for later. And if we clear his text, we'll get storage again. So what we're gonna do now is using the storage that we have that she just got, we're gonna go into camera lock. But now you'll notice that she cleared the text in camera lock, so she now has storage again. We call this double storage, but it can be a bit misleading because it's not like you have 2 storages stacked on top of each other.
Yeah.
Is it because you used the first storage to get camera lock and then you get storage again afterwards?
Yeah.
Storage is just a gameplay state, and you can, mimic like what you can do with that. So it's
With what now we have to do something really interesting. We have to walk in camera lock. So you'll notice that Haley changed her camera to be a certain way when she went into camera lock, and that affects your controls on land.
Yeah, so I held down there so I can get complete control over like left and right and stuff like that. So I come up on these chews, and I'm very afraid.
We're good.
And I'm okay.
Yeah, if you get hit by that chew, you lose storage because the cutscene of you getting electrocuted is a cutscene and it eats your storage.
And we need the storage to open the chest so that we can get chest storage, which will demonstrate.
So we'd actually have to go back to
shortly.
DRI or Windfall, Drainrushed Island or Windfall, if something messed up there. And it would impact greatly the chances of us having to do a backup. That would essentially kill the run if it was if it wasn't a no reset.
Would that just be like a soft reset if you had to do that, and you're not like just doing attempts?
Well, here's the thing. The state that the ocean is at, after you beat the first Forsaken Fortress, the pirate ship is actually on Outset Island.
Oh.
So you'll notice that we have not entered a loading zone since we beat Forsaken Fortress 1. And that's very important because now we have chest storage, and the way that chest storage works is that whenever you open a chest normally, you get a little cutscene of like reaching into the chest, and that's not just like a true cutscene where it's like a movie kind of thing. That's actually Link's model reaching into the chest, like, so he has to have a very narrowed or like dummied down hitbox in order to actually get that.
Mm-hmm.
I guess. Okay. Okay.
And now you'll notice that we have a lot of
speed.
speed. So we are flying across the ocean.
Zooming.
We should be okay, yeah. Oh, Pog.
Is it possible
something really
to,
scary can happen? Oh, go ahead.
Is it possible to get too much speed in these situations?
Yes. I did have a bit too much speed, but I was having trouble. So like at the platform that I was at back there, I was getting refills off of like the post. Mm-hmm. And you want to like have enough air so you can get here, and you want to have enough like speed so you can get here. But then if you're pausing for too long, then you gain too much speed. But I had a bit too much speed, but then it just like you get here faster. The issue with having too much speed is like islands can like load in front of you. And then you'll sploosh on an island and like lose all of your speed, and then you have to recharge again.
It's really fun when you have way too much speed though, because sometimes you'll just go through the island before it loads.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's not like in HD where it can like crash the game by having too much speed. Like in theory, it's possible, but like in
It would
HD,
take
with lag and
it would take
sliding,
much,
you get, like,
much longer than
Yeah.
like a millennium. So
yeah. You get
It's not
exponential
happening.
speed in HD. In SD, it's linear, essentially. So, yeah. You just go really fast.
So here we have like quick way of doing ropes. Oh gosh. Okay. That's fine. I had my camera angled a little too far left. I was trying to be a little too speedy. That's okay,
So-
because we can just reset.
We have some people in chat confused about the MSS. My understanding
Yes.
is MSS is the manual super swim when you're pausing to do it. And
Yeah,
since
but
you're
so-
using storage to do it, it's fine by the category, correct?
Yep.
Yep, as long as you're in camera lock. So, because all you have to do when you're in camera lock is hold an up angle. It can be kind of a precise up angle. It's because it's not straight up, but as long as you're not just going back and forth without camera lock, you're good to go. But it is the same concept of turning back and forth in the water.
It couldn't be a GDQ run if I didn't fail one ropes game. That's okay.
That's true. What are you gonna do?
That's okay.
Yeah, the ropes are a little fun. You'll see back there that Haley kind of like did a double grab on those ropes to get an extra boost of speed, so you don't have to swing it extra time. But
Yeah, it saves us a little bit of time because swinging back and forth to gain speed is incredibly slow. So you can like let go at a specific time and then re-grab the rope and then get enough speed to go flying forward. And then I'll do another save warp here. Oh,
Yeah, so it'll put us to outset, right?
well, surely we are at outset.
'Cause we're
Surely
at
the save warp will
outset.
put us at outset.
yeah, I don't know where else would put us.
You know, that's
So-
what I would have thought, but the way you two are talking,
Well, I mean, we're at outset, so
Yeah, we
So,
are
I
at
guess-
outset.
The issue is that there's like a million things happening and we need to
The
explain like
boat's
all of them.
supposed to be at Windfall, though.
We are at Windfall.
yeah. Fun fact: you're never supposed to get in the boat on outset, but because the way that boat actually activates is once we get that gossip stone text in FF1. If you remember that, that activates the flag to get the second pirate ship minigame for Ropes 2.
Yeah, and
So-
whenever you see like the pirate ship, it's always there. Like you can always enter it. Like for example, in 100%, when you're in FF1, you actually just activate the gossip stone, then you actually go right back to the pirate ship in FF1, and that's where you get bombs.
Yep.
I got afraid with my oscillation that I was gonna grab the dock.
Yes,
That's
now we
okay,
got
we're
double
good to go.
storage again. The first storage was just again to get the camera lock to go to Super Swim, but this time we're not going to be storing a chest. We're just going to be storing a cutscene.
So I'll do a little
little
splish right
swoosh.
there, storing the cutscene.
And then we can bring Coral back because that's where the cutscene would normally take place.
Yeah, so if you actually enter that cutscene without storage and camera lock, it's a soft lock. So don't do that. Now we do a Wind Waker dive to get underneath the island, so we can just swim.
Yeah. Woo. Okay. So
And then any
here,
port that there's water, you can just flip up on water because it brings it to the
Right.
highest point of water.
so there's water above me, and I'll just, oh, here I am. And we're gonna start damaging down here for a trick you are probably familiar if you've seen other Wind Waker speedruns before. So I'll keep it a surprise.
Ooh, big surprise. Okay.
little Wind Waker
Ooh,
surprise.
Surprises. You like surprises around here.
Yeah.
So I'll just
You're
take
gonna dive.
2 quarter
Oh,
hearts.
I will give you that hint.
Ooh, that's a bold hint, if I may say.
But before that, there's
And by
this other,
dying,
completely other trick.
I'm also defining dying as having 0 hearts. We're not gonna game over, hopefully.
Hopefully.
No, that
I
would be
believe I
unfortunate.
know what is going to happen now.
Do you?
Oh, no
So-
particles.
Yeah, so I grabbed the ledge there because in a second I'll be getting storage on a ledge, and if you get particles for whatever reason when you grab that ledge, like you get particles at this completely other ledge, and it makes it impossible to see Link and like get storage, and it doesn't make it impossible, but it makes it really annoying. So this is that ledge.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
we're
there's
kind of
just a
setting up for
lot
a
of
really
buttons.
complicated cutscene skip. It is probably one of the jankiest skips in the game, so yeah.
We might get it, we
We'll
might
just see.
not.
Yeah, it's 50-50.
It's 50-50.
Yeah, you either get it or you don't. That's 50-50, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay, so.
So then we got storage once. We bonked the tree with storage, and then we got storage again. So we now have storage. But you'll notice that the chews don't seem to want to fight us.
They're being a little
Interesting.
funny.
They're just in the state of like getting hit off the tree.
Are you clipping
So
them
we're-
through the wall?
Yeah, we're
Yes,
just pushing
I
them out
am.
of bounds.
We are despawning them eventually.
Because eventually they'll go far enough out of bounds where they just fall off into the eternal abyss. And they are not there anymore, so the game registers them as good as dead.
Okay, when the shoes do this, it's really annoying. Okay. This one in particular, there.
It's interesting.
Yeah, it's completely random, essentially, where the chews actually go. So it's possible that you can't get any chews on this side of the wall, and then you're just kind of, well, tough.
It's also focus
Okay.
time.
Do you have to fight
Yeah,
them
so
like
I
this
need-
because of storage?
Focus.
1, 2, 3. So this is a counting portion. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay.
Pause champ.
That's good.
Pause champ, pause champ.
I think I got it. Oh, I did it. Oh my gosh, I can't believe
The
it.
Deku cutscene skip has been
Yo.
skipped.
Oh
Yeah.
my
Pretty
goodness.
much, we got crushed as like the cutscene was starting, so it respawned us when the cutscene started. So the cutscene's gone. We don't have to watch the cutscene. Save it for
Sorry
minutes.
to cut you guys off. That's just like a counting
Sorry,
portion.
no, you're good. You're good. If you need us to be quiet so you can focus, you just tell us.
Here's a little surprise.
Now we're dead.
Oh yeah,
You'll
I live
notice
in that
so
t-shirt.
what you're supposed
Okay.
to do is you're supposed to like go through those bulbs. However, unfortunately, there is one part that requires the grappling hook. There's just one little jump, but
We do
it
not
isn't
have that
far
item.
enough that we just
It's
can't do it
obnoxious.
like that.
There's no other way to get the leaf if you don't have the grappling hook other than to. What
Do
we're doing
this.
is called zombie hovering. So you'll notice that I have no health. And I'm hitting B repeatedly because I'm jump slashing over and over again to
Yes,
gain height.
How it works
So-
is when you die and you stand back up, you have like 9 frames, I'm pretty sure it is, to input like
13.
anything. It's 13, okay.
Yeah, I think so.
It's a
It's
lot.
something somewhere in that range to input
A lot of frames.
anything that you want. If you input anything other than a jump slash, you instantly die. But if you input a jump slash, you get a little bit off the ground. And using that little bit of height, we can mash B repeatedly to continue jump slashing in the air, which gives us more and more height.
Gravity
do this, you
is
have
not
to-
your friend, however.
We got the leaf.
Okay.
Yeah, we almost passed the leaf, but we're good.
Swing right into us.
So is it the
That was
idea
a
you want
whole
to
bunch.
pick it up without landing here? Because if you land, you
Yeah.
then die.
So
Yeah, and then we just
yeah,
pop
in
save
SD
warp.
we can just save warp.
Ooh. So
You
you,
can
can get the
die once you
leaf
get it.
and then die. It just loses time.
Okay.
But if you save warp during the hover, then we just come right back here, no game over screen. So this is,
The important part is the leaf.
yeah, the important part is how we got the leaf. And I'm very
for-
pleased.
For pushing the chews out of bound, is that like a consequence of storage where you can't fight them normally? Or
Yeah.
Right.
So
Yeah. It's a weird state between like them being in a cutscene and not, so they just kind of go forward in a direction because they didn't have like time to land properly off the tree. It's bizarre.
So you'll notice that we're getting storage. This is like everybody's favorite storage. We like to call it RNG storage because Beetle's ship sways back and forth, and depending on how like high the barrel is, that's depending on how fast you have to press the button.
oh no.
That was, yeah,
Yeah, because remember
that was pretty
storage is-
decent. I'll take what
That
I
was
that
just.
was pretty good.
That was really good. Yeah,
That
storage
sounds
is,
awful.
You press B
It is.
3 frames before you hit the ground, and if the ground is moving, that changes the timing for when you have to press the B button frame perfectly.
So how do you do that? Is it just like get a sense, you get a feel for it, and just do it over and
Yeah,
hope it
you kinda
hits
You just get
eventually?
a feel for
You
it.
know about where it is, and then you just
Yeah.
you drop a quick prayer.
Yeah, you just kind of do a quick. It's a quick one, so
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 here
you'll
I'm
notice
gonna
that we
do.
got double storage with Coral's text. So we're gonna open
I
that
wanna turn this way.
chest again in camera lock like we did with the other chest. However, this one's not a dark world camera lock one because those chests don't like have the full animation of like when you open the chest, everything goes to dark and you get the da 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 da.
Yep.
So my
Yeah,
goal
so
is
many.
this little island over here. When we have
Yeah,
chest storage, we can get little refills off of lots of things in the water, such as this. So I need to go
that's
just a
why
couple
Haley
quadrants
aimed
north.
for the platform at Pop Print earlier on,
Right.
so just to get the air refill. Because
I'm definitely gonna target this cargo rock. Oh, I didn't. Wow. Okay.
Oh, that's
Wow.
crazy.
So that's actually wild. Usually you can like target the cargo rock if it's like right there, and it like totally messes up your swim.
Yeah, quick
Well,
thing. We're actually doing this thing
yeah.
called ESS swimming. So there's two ways to do super swim. One, you can release it and pray and hope the oscillation gives you good speed. There's a way to
Also-
make it consistent, but
Also, walls are more of just a suggestion in this game when you
Yeah,
have
with chest
when you have
storage.
chest storage.
yeah. But with just test storage and super swimming, we can get here. But with super swimming, the way we're going is ESS swimming, which means we hold L and hold slightly ESS down on the control stick, and that allows us to essentially have very consistent speed. That's a linear buildup, and we don't have to rely on like going on the frame that gives us the highest oscillation speed.
And when you say ESS, you're talking like Ocarina of Time extended super slide, where you're like just barely out of
100%.
neutral.
It's not as precise, but it's essentially the same thing. So.
Okay.
Obviously, it's
Yeah.
also not a super slide; it's a super swim.
Yeah.
But everybody just
Yeah,
refers to it as an
ESS is-
ESS
yeah.
position.
It's an extended super swim.
This is the best storage in the whole game, right here.
You mentioned
Yes.
earlier when you have chest storage, Link's hitbox becomes weird. Is that how you walked through that wall?
Ooh, first try.
Wow.
Nice.
Yeah, with chest storage, yeah, you can just walk through
Yeah.
some walls, not all walls. Some.
So like that wall, we have to like ESS walk through with chest storage. And that storage is very precise. I believe that the Wind Waker pull is frame perfect along with it, and it's a very quick dive.
Yeah, that peg storage is. Haley made it look so easy. It is not easy.
If you ever pick up this game and start learning that, you'll be there for a good couple minutes before you get it once, most likely.
Oh. Pago.
Okay.
So now we're going
Okay.
to Cabana.
Oh, okay. This is bad.
This is fun.
Okay, that was really bad.
Close.
I accidentally killed all my speed. Oh my gosh. Because I was trying to turn. Oh man. Okay. It's okay.
Yeah, we're putting a lot of safety saves because there's a lot that can potentially go wrong, and if you
Yes.
void out and drown, you're just kind of like a really bad spot. But with saving, you're fine. So.
And the save warp at Needle Rock, or not Needle Rock, at Thorn Fairy is
Fairy,
essentially the
yeah.
same speed. So you'll notice that now Haley has storage and she's walking with the text on screen. So we're gonna open this chest because we have storage. And it clears the text box, so it gives us storage right back. So we go into camera lock and then we jump in the water. Now we're gonna do another super swim.
Oh, I got lightning. It's just like really nice because then I can see like where I
Oh,
can
yeah.
go.
Yeah, I do just want to point out these storages have been like really good. A lot of these are really tough, and they've been like first, second try. Especially if like you clear these text boxes, you have to like go back to the thing to get the text again and everything. But these storages have been like really, really good. So
Okay, so
Luckily here we have the map, so we can just look at the map and see where to go. Even though the quadrants aren't filled out, we know where the islands are, roughly.
So remember earlier how I was like, with chest storage, you can get refills off of lots of things in the water. Well, a reef is one such thing.
Yeah, if you go to
So I
like
can just
any
get-
of the 6 reefs, you're just good to get any refill that you want.
Yeah. Normally I count. I wasn't counting. That's okay.
my homie say
I'll
counting,
just-
don't worry.
Get one more sip of air and then take off.
I have a
Little
feeling we're gonna be
airfield.
very fast here.
Oh yeah, we're going quick.
I want to go. That's fine. That's not fine. Okay.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Before we go off, I just want to mention I want people to guess where we're going from Cabana. Just take a little guess of where we're taking this little super swim.
Oh yeah, we have plenty of speed.
Oh, we're
going
good.
great.
We are fantastic. Okay. It did load, did it? Yeah.
Oh yeah, we're good. It's possible we're through all of the really scary
gosh.
swims that can void out, but if you go to like Windfall or Outset like we did earlier, or here at FF, it's possible that the game will like void out because it has a load the island, because like some weird memory stuff. And it's completely just luck essentially. And we didn't get any void outs.
There's a spot. Oh, there it is.
Hooray.
I get pretty disoriented on the rocks there usually because it all looks the same to me in my brain. But you find that little spot and you can. We have chest storage, right? So you can just like do crazy stuff like go through walls and
Walk up walls.
such walls.
Because as long as they're not vertical walls, we're good to go. You can
Just
just walk
storage,
up.
ladies and gentlemen.
Because those walls aren't quite vertical, so we can just walk up.
Yep, and then there's
we'll
just no collision.
We'll just walk through the wall.
Yeah, that's actually not like a chest storage thing to go through that. There is just no collision.
Yeah, there's no collision.
Wait, are you serious? I didn't even know that. That's crazy. Wow. Okay.
They just said, you can't get this high. It's impossible. So they just didn't bother putting collision there.
So this is great. This is a little breather spot because you'll notice that we've been like kind of scrambling to explain some stuff. There's just a lot happening all the time. Also, I should bash the text. So the last, I would say like 3 splits are very chaotic. But then here's a little breather and there's no more super swimming for the rest of the run. So
Just calm down and look at the birds.
yeah,
Soothing
just
birds.
look at the nice bird, soothing bird.
Yeah.
Well, these birds are soothing.
Yeah, the little seagulls, not the big scary bird.
I thought you meant Hellrock. I was like, yeah.
The best thing about this cutscene and the MSS version of the route actually is that we never spawned the pirates. So these pirates here that are trying to break in don't exist. And we like to say one of the pirates is named Gonzo, and we look at a little thing. Gonzo is Gonzo in that run.
Yeah, because there should
exist.
be a Gonzo right next to Tetra here, I'm pretty sure.
But because we saw the pirates are spawned in here.
And you'll notice that Gonzo is also the one that's supposed to take Arrow, your sister. So you'll see that Arrow just flies away eventually.
What
in
was-
the MSS route.
What was Link's shield doing there?
It does all
Oh
things.
yeah, it's just in the MSS.
It does a little jiggle because in vanilla you would have the Master Sword, and Tetra looks at your sword and is like, oh, he has the Master Sword, and it like speaks to her by wiggling. So that's what it's doing. But we have the Hero Sword. For now.
Also, something that we kind of didn't go over, when we went to the Thorn Fairy Island, we got the quiver. But you notice we don't have the bow, so that kind of does us no good. But we'll get back to that later.
Yeah, there's a few things we need in order to beat the game. We'll see by the end what we do. But, the game, let's just say the game's very nice to us.
Hi, Tetra.
Yep, so we're coming up on the big spooky bird, and we don't like fighting it, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, so unfortunately, you require the Skull Hammer to beat Helmarock, and in order to get the Skull Hammer, you have to fight Phantom Ganon. In order to fight Phantom Ganon, you need the Master Sword, and we don't have the Master Sword, so you just, TLDR, you cannot fight this boss. But that's okay, because we have life hacks. I will show you one such life hack.
Quick life hacks.
Life hack.
Wow. I have to make a TikTok about this. Thank you.
If you find yourself without a Skull Hammer, here's what you can do. For now, we're
It's
just
not
gonna roll
the
up.
rolling.
Yeah, no.
We are just rolling up the tower. There's nothing more we can do. Well, there is something
Well-
we can do. If you really wanted to, you can get storage on a really small ledge and then try to gain speed with a super swim in the little pond or puddle in the water there. And then you can carry that speed on the land all the way up. But it only saves like a couple seconds if done optimally, and I don't think I've ever seen a save time for anyone.
Yeah.
So we're just gonna casually leaf around Helmarock. Nothing to see there.
Yeah, see you later.
So I'm damaging down here because there's something different about Link's collision when he's in his low health animation. So.
Yeah, but low health starts at 1.5 hearts. So this actually isn't for a zombie hover. We actually need to get hearts again later before.
Yeah, so we're doing this really.
Ooh.
That's okay. That's okay. I did a dry roll there, which messes up the setup.
Those are the rolls that I was talking about earlier when like you get nowhere from them, and yeah, you really just don't get much speed at all.
Yeah, so this little clip is a lot of ways to do it, but it's really finicky. So we have a few setups to be able to do it, and this is one of many.
This is the most like standardized, like very normalized, consistent.
Should work.
Do this and you get it.
And we're through.
So.
And we took a little bit too long, so Tor will give us a little bit of his text to explain us that we have to hit the bird on the head with our skull hammer.
It's better if you get the text after you do the skip, though. I'm having trouble here. Wait. Okay. We're fine. Okay, so because you have to press A to side hop and backflip and stuff, so it's better to get the text if you're gonna be slow about it. Get the text after you do the skip. So yeah.
But we're through.
It's very
We are
nice
through.
that Homer Rock King just waits patiently for you.
Yeah.
Pretty nice.
I mean, he's expecting you to hit his head, so he just sits there.
Yeah, normally you'd hit his head once with the skull hammer and then he like flies away and there's this whole big cutscene, but if you just leave around, it's no big deal.
Oh, and you'll notice that we now have the Master Sword. And we keep the Master Sword here on out.
Wait, it just gives
Yep.
it to you?
Yeah.
We now
Yeah,
have
that's
the
how the
Master Sword.
cutscene
Wow.
works in this game. If a cutscene thinks you should have an item on the screen, it gives you that item permanently.
Oh, right. 'cause
However, this cutscene's a little weird in that in this cutscene you'll always have the hero's tunic, but if you never got the hero's tunic, you don't keep the hero's tunic after this.
Yeah.
But we did get the hero's tunic, so that doesn't matter.
So this one is because it's the cutscene where Ganon's taunting you because you have the Master Sword when it's not powered up, right?
You just
Yeah.
should have it.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
He's pretty much, you foolish child. You can't do anything about this.
Your master sword's not strong enough yet.
I could kill you right
Whoa.
now. I'm going to kill you. And then Esky's little Tetra.
Yeah.
Lucky
So-
for us, there'll be another cutscene later where different master sword.
Oh my god,
yeah.
really?
Yeah.
You actually don't need the Master Sword to beat the game. I'm pretty sure
True.
that there are workings of how to beat the game with Hero's Sword.
It's wild, but yes.
But in a cutscene later, we will get fully powered Master Sword and the Mirror Shield. Neither of which we necessarily need. Like Mirror Shield isn't like you don't need that for anything. But
Yeah, because
we
you
will
can
get
just
it, and it looks
reflect
cool.
You can do everything that you need with the Hero's Shield for this category.
Yeah, and coming up, we're going down into Hyrule, where we'll be faced with a mean, nasty, big barrier. That is
barrier.
impenetrable, impossible to get through.
Oh, what's the meme?
Or
Like
is it?
infinitely high, infinitely small,
Oh, yeah.
infinitely low, no way above or below. No
Oh
way
my
through
gosh.
it. Of course.
Yep.
It rhymed too. I've never heard that. That's pretty funny. But lucky for us, after a lot of amazingly smart people tried for a lot of years to figure out how to get through the barrier, we have a relatively easy setup.
There are all of these theories, but we'll just let you guys see what we actually do.
Yep.
Without
It's very-
everything.
All I'll say is it's very, very precise. I believe that the range is 14 units.
without
anybody knows.
spoiling it, my favorite part is that, like you said, a lot of really smart people tried to figure out the ways to get through, and then somebody did it on accident.
Nobody did this on
no.
accident. Not an
This-
SD.
No, yeah, HD is a
Oh,
completely different
HD was the
story.
accident run, right? You're right.
Yeah,
you're
HD
right.
had
Okay.
a long time for SD, and we were just kind of sitting in our sad little SD corners, being like, well, they have
Poor
it.
little fuzzy game.
Pretty much we knew that you needed roughly like 40 units of speed to get like just clip through the barrier. But we don't have a way to get 40 units of speed because we don't have item sliding.
Yeah.
So this cutscene is a nice break after all of the chaos that was Helm Rock Skip. Like, the music in Helm Rock Skip is even like, stressful.
Yeah, it really is.
But here we just get to chill.
Yeah, and SD went through a couple different barrier skips. HD had the one essentially. It got it got a little like optimized, but SD has had a different history. But with this new one, it is just it's wild. After it happens, I might do a little history on it because it's kind of funny. But yeah.
You'll notice that there are no enemies, and it's in black and white.
Bowser's saying it's like 100th of a unit precise, and he's a trusted source, so we'll go with that.
True.
Very trusted source.
Yeah, because he's actually the person who found barrier skip here.
Yes,
at least this version of it.
Yes.
So in your casual playthrough, you probably did the little Triforce puzzle back there, but we don't need to do that.
You might have come back here and said,
We already have the Master Sword. Why do we need to do it?
So here we're going to pull Wind Waker on the very first frame that we can take damage again, and it does damage cancel. So that was first try. Nice.
And here comes the setup.
So this setup is Gymnast 86's setup. It is my favorite barrier skip setup. There's a lot of setups, but this one's my favorite.
So we're just going to roll right into the barrier. We're really hoping that we clip through one of these times.
Yeah, we're getting
just praying.
So there you can do 15 to 20 rolls. Normally I do like 16 or 17, depending on how I'm feeling. Then we're gonna count tetras. 1 tetra.
Yeah,
2
we're setting up a very,
tetra.
very precise camera angle here.
3 tetra. Yeah, so every time we turn, our angle changes slightly.
Yep, and you'll notice she paused before starting to turn. 1 second here.
Okay, I overshot it, but that's okay. So if you just throw the bomb, you get to retry. Squeeze!
And we're through! Little squeeze! So yeah, on specific animations of Link holding the bomb, you actually get completely different speed values of when you drop the bomb. And if you're in the completely like what was it, 100th of a unit spot with the correct cable, with the correct camera angle, and you pause on the frame of the animation that gives you the exact speed for that position, you clip through a very, very, very small seam in the barrier.
Oh my god!
And this is barrier skip now in SD.
That's amazing. My favorite part about that new setup is Tetra's just staring at you going, what the hell are you doing?
She's like, what the heck are you doing, Link? We have like a business to attend to.
Yeah, a really funny thing about this specifically, this one, is that the original way to do it in SD was a thing called actor unloading, where you just pretty much drain the game of its memory and unload the barrier instead of just like trying to clip through it because it's just so mean. It was very bad, very inconsistent. But right before that was found, bomb push clipping was like being tested on the barrier, but actor unloading sounds. So it's like, it probably doesn't work. We found this anyway. Little did we know. Little someone went back to it and is like, what if it does work? And lo and behold.
And one thing about actor unloading too is for the setup, we needed the grappling hook for that setup. So you'd have to go into Dragoner's Cavern and get the grappling hook.
So here we don't really have the equipment necessary to do the trials. That's okay, because if I just ledge grab these pillars, come over here to this door frame, I will do, it's called a bomb ledge clip. So I'll drop the bomb and tap left on the control stick. I have, 3 frames to do that?
Yeah.
And then you just clip out of bounds. And you can pull leaf and float right to the loading zone. So
yeah, trials take like 20 minutes, so good skip.
Yeah.
And a lot more if you need to go get the items too.
Well,
because we can only kill one of the bosses with the items that we have.
So we're a little low on magic, so I'll pick up a little thing here. This cutscene is totally irrelevant to us. In your casual playthrough, you would like look at this puzzle and be like, and then go into the other room across the way and like use your boomerang to hit some switches to open up the
In one
dark
of the
portal.
routes
But
for the HD version of this game, that cutscene is in the route called the stupid useless cutscene.
so typically you're supposed to fight PG here or Phantom Ganon. Ooh, I'm gonna forget the acronym. But we can just use the little acronyms to remember the order of the puzzle, so there's no need to...
The puzzle's always the same, but
Yeah.
when you like hit Phantom Ganon in each room, he'll drop his sword and the sword will angle to the direction that you need to go.
I just posted in the chat the direction to do it is D lol roo.
D lol roo. Okay, blue. Blue. Oh. That's second... Wait, worst RNG? Or second best or second worst. There's 3 different attacks he can do here. So the blue one is like the middle of the 3. Ideally, he spawns behind you and you can just backflip and quick spin him.
Yeah, because the pattern where there's 5 of them and they all spawn around you, he's always just, the real one's always just behind you. It's not your random ones.
And
But
I
if he
have light
does
arrows.
Yeah, so now we have light arrows. So remember that quiver we picked up earlier? So that's necessary. Otherwise, you'll get the light arrows and not have any arrows.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so you
you'll
get
just
the
have a little
bow.
0 next to it.
Yeah, when you get the bow in Tower of the Gods normally, you get the bow item, but what you also get is a 30 arrow quiver. So if we get the light arrows here without getting that quiver, we will have a fully powered light arrow bow with 0 arrows because we don't have a quiver. So yeah, we just pick up any quiver and then we get 60 and we're good to go.
I also noticed that appears to have given you fire and ice arrows as well.
Yep.
Yes, conveniently, the light arrows come equipped with also fire and ice arrows, which would be really crazy if they didn't, because then this route would still work, but you would have to do slightly different things. So we'll be using the fire arrows later. Oh. Okay. And I forgot to pick up magic at the bottom, so I'll just get some here. So here we just roll upstairs, kill some enemies.
And once again, with rolling upstairs, it's really annoying if you miss a roll because you just have no speed.
Yeah, what's fun about another categories is that almost in every single category that does barrier skip, we come here super early, get light arrows, and beat the rest of the game with light arrows, which is very interesting.
Okay. Speaking of cutscenes that give us items, you'll notice that our sword got slightly revamped, and so did our shield.
So you now have the fully powered up Master Sword and the Mirror Shield.
Right.
Very nice of the game. In some categories, it's actually used, at least in some rounds, where you enter this cutscene, get your Mirror Sword and fully powered Master Sword, and save warp out and go beat the rest of the dungeons. Because you just get it. But not in this, obviously, you want to beat the game, so.
So coming up is the Puppet Ganon fight, and so the game expects you to have the boomerang to complete this fight, because you have to like cut down a bunch of ropes and then like shoot his tail with the light arrows. But we have no such boomerang. We visited no such forbidden woods, so we have to do something slightly different and snipe the tail while it's still like waving around in the air, all chaotic like. I personally had to go through a lot of practice in order to get decent at it. I find it very challenging. There's a lot of people who like have insanely good Puppet Ganon fights. So yeah, it's pretty cool to see. It looks neat, in my opinion.
Yeah, the first shot is always consistent if you do it right. Because his first movement is very consistent, but after that, it can be annoying with how he moves in RNG ways.
Yeah, and even then, that first shot can be pretty precise. You gotta quickly.
Yeah, if you like
get
miss
to that
time, if
spot.
you try to pull bow early, then you're just screwed on it. We're also supposed to have the boomerang to cut down his tail, but we do not have the boomerang, so we just have to snipe it.
go. Ooh, nice.
So there's the quick start.
Barely.
Oh, nice. Second hit.
We're gonna calm down now and humble ourselves.
All
Okay.
right. Well,
Good first phase.
3-shot PG. Wow,
That's very solid.
good.
I decided to wait for a slow shot on the third one because I was like, oh man, I got 2 shots. I need to relax. So it was good, especially for my standards. It's very good.
Yeah, that was really good. It's really easy, or it's a lot easier to hit his tail when it goes on the left side of his body. The right side can be a little weird because I don't have enough time, but apparently that didn't matter. Hey, Elisa.
So I'll go for something called Crip Shot here. Okay, I hit it once,
Nice.
which is
Very
still really
good.
cool.
That's all we go for.
It's all I go for personally. Good
We
magic
do need the
drop.
magic.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty important.
If we don't get a magic there, then we do have to just wait again for a magic.
So instead
That
of
was
having to
only
go
2
through
cycles.
3 phases, you can do it in only 2 phases of the spider dropping.
Yeah, and like I said, it is possible to get all 3 shots after the first hit, but we didn't. So.
So here I'm gonna start damaging down a bit for something we'll be doing a little later. Oh, that hit him? Okay. It didn't look like it was going in his face, but it's okay. Come back. Come back. There we go. I'm taking not a lot of damage. That's okay.
All right, well,
Typically,
that was a
he,
really
like-
PG, so.
Yeah, that was a good PG, but typically he like runs into you, but and like deals damage, so I'll have to damage down quite a bit. I gold it.
Nice. And now we're coming to the very most fun part of No MSS, called pure RNG.
Oh, no.
There are
Yeah.
alternate strats that are consistent and not RNG, but they are at least 2 minutes slower.
2 minutes.
Yeah,
And
so
1 hour
it's
speed run, that's a lot.
yeah.
And every time you fail it, it's like a 40 to 50 second time loss. And the chances of you getting it in each load are about 36%.
Oh my
Or
goodness.
So here
one
we
to
can do
simplify
this
it.
quirky little quick climb.
Yeah, so what Link's doing is he's grabbing and re-grabbing, and like letting go and re-grabbing the rope a lot.
I didn't want to get too greedy. You can like jump slash off of the rope and fall all the way down, and it's like really painful when that happens. But you can get all the way to the top, pretty much.
So now here, normally you'd need the grappling hook to grapple that like peg and then come up, but we can do just a couple little backflips, get in the right spot, and just clip right through the plank.
And this
So
is
now-
RNG.
We shoot a fire arrow at the morph above and pray that the morph goes towards the pot and burns the pot lid, which is made of wood.
Dang, okay. Oh,
Yeah,
And
and
so
we
it
are
didn't
kind of
work.
listening for an audio cue to make sure you actually kill and hit the morph, because the the spot is actually very precise to hit the morph. But luckily we can stay in a spot, just aim fully up, and it hits it, but it's still kind of finicky.
I feel like the rope climb is
uh,
being weird. Like, looks weird. Okay.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah, doing the rope climb is really awkward because you also have to hold R to like stop the rope. And in Mash, yeah, it's weird, but it's cool.
They used to not be known about, so you just do rope climb for like half a second
Yeah.
and give like a little bit of height.
Yeah, so unfortunately, every time we go through that, like where I shoot the fire arrow and nothing happens, shoot the fire arrow, nothing happens, then you have to reload the room so the morphs spawn again by the pot. So we try again.
Yeah, there's actually 3 morphs up there, but we only have it set up to hit 2 of them. So yeah.
That's really
there
good.
And there we go.
Okay, just
Very
gonna-
lucky, very good. Yeah,
I
it's
damaged down a lot.
A lot of damage. That's okay.
Yeah. So I'm gonna damage down to a quarter of a heart. Just like earlier. Okay.
Yeah, the alternate strat to this would be zombie hovering actually up to the top there and dropping a bomb on the potlet to break it open. That is, I think like 2
That's like-
reloads of normal RNG is still faster than doing that strat. So.
Yeah. I think that alone might be 3, because I know that just like 2 reloads is like getting the fairy, like landing on the fairy after breaking the pot.
Come here. So I want this little buddy Morth to attach to me because he
He's
will
our
drop a
friend.
heart. He's our friend. Safety Morth. Okay.
Okay.
We're bringing it around town.
Morphs like follow you essentially globally, and they're just always bounce towards you if you like activate them. But by side walking like this, they actually just don't follow you. So we gotta kind of walk awkwardly around the platform.
Okay.
Yeah. And what Haley did actually for this Morth, you know, she like did like a backflip and then used the sword to hit the Morth. What we did is we hit the Morth at the same time it grabbed onto us. So it actually has a state of being killed by a sword. That means it's gonna give us a heart when we kill it again.
Just keep.
Because we actually
if, for say you just kill it with a bomb, it's not gonna drop a heart.
and right now we're gonna shoot it with an arrow and zombie hover to this heart. Usually if you kill it with an arrow, it does not drop a heart. And this is Morth hover.
Okay. I think this is okay. Woo,
There
okay.
it is. Very nice. And we grabbed a little safety Morth, a patented Copy Bobby strat, I may add.
My little
You
friend.
can actually take a little Morth into here because the Morth doesn't jump off of you if you blow yourself up with a bomb and all that. So you can take it
Yeah,
off.
so it's really
Have
nice.
2
So
hearts for Ganon.
now we go into the final boss with 2 hearts instead of 1, so we can actually afford to get hit once.
Yeah, Ganon does a full heart of damage, so
Yeah.
if you take 1 hit, you die if you don't have a safety heart.
Can I ask what the timer is at right now on your guys' end?
It's currently about 1:18:40 or so.
I see. Okay. That's crazy. I was on PB pace going into Morth hover, and then
yeah.
when we got second try, Morth RNG like kills PB basically. But so that's cool. I very happy with the run that we had. Considering all of the things. Hey, we have 2 hearts. We have 2
Yeah, we
hearts.
do.
It'll be
We have 2
okay.
hearts.
We do have 2 hearts. Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, so
We're
if
not
we
quite
do,
done yet,
if
but
bad things
yeah.
happen on Ganon, we do have to go all the way back up and do Morth hover again. But we're not gonna die on Ganon, so.
But
No.
considering all of the things that can happen in a run such as Wind Waker, overall, it's pretty solid.
This run has been outstanding. This has been great.
Thank you, Gob.
Man, this has been fantastic to watch.
What a run. Man, this category is so exciting. I love running it, and it's like, it's so, it's pretty stressful, I will admit, a lot of the time, because there's just like a million things that can happen, and like, the game can be mean, and like, you can mess up something and lose minutes, but
Yeah,
when you
like-
get the tricks and you get them, like, you start to get them more consistently over time, it becomes like so rewarding to do.
We had a pretty
Yeah.
generous estimate just because there's a lot of things that can go really wrong.
Yeah.
For example, if we got that like outset fade out that we were talking about before we got bombs, there's not like too much of a question that we could have lost easily up to 10 minutes there.
Yeah, 10 minutes, I would say, yeah.
And it's completely random, so we can't even predict.
And it's random. Like, there's things you can do to make it more consistent, but at the end of the day, it's like, sometimes you just
Yeah.
get unlucky with certain things
It
in Wind
depends
Waker.
on what the game decides to load that day. So
Yeah.
Yeah, because like everything to like feet on a beach, like the footprints on a beach can impact how memory is fragmented and stuff.
So we get one last epic cutscene before I fight the big bad Ganon.
yeah, there is one really quick strat you can do here at the start of the fight to actually get Ganon down in one cycle. It is really precise and really tough. But yeah, so we'll see what happens. It's I probably get it maybe 1 in every 100 runs. It's really tight, but it's really cool. Regardless.
Keck W. Me too, Ganon, me too. This cutscene's so dramatic. I remember playing this as a kid and getting here and being like, wow, oh my gosh, it's raining and it's like storming and Zelda's here and she's holding her sword. But then like over time playing the game, like I have 94 No MSS attempts. It's just like, well,
this cutscene is so sick. If you can actually play this cutscene in Endless Night, and the Endless Night trigger, like for the weather, actually goes through in this cutscene. So it's like even darker and more like moody. It's sick.
So we're about to start the fight. This is usually where I Pepe Meltdown, but it's okay. So we have 2 hearts. We can take a hit. That's it. Just 1 hit from Ganon, no more, no less.
So here, the fastest way to do the first phase is just to have Zelda stun him, and then.
Okay, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, Ganon's phases are very specific. You need to do a very specific amount of damage to him to advance his phases. And there's a lot of strats to do, but at the same time, you got to be really careful because you don't want to die here.
Yeah, try not to get hit while also failing quick spins, stuff like that.
Yeah, the fight can feel a little laggy with everything going on. So if you fail a quick spin, you're just like, you just got to get out of there.
There, but you can talk to Zelda and get her to like shoot a light arrow, and that does a certain amount of damage to Ganon, which helps us get to the second phase.
So the second phase, we just parry. Bad RNG with random swings.
Yeah, swings like that are bad RNG. This is good RNG. Well, that swing is what we want. So now
Yeah, we want that combo.
Zelda is awake. I'm gonna run
will be coming up
away because
here
I'm
as soon as
afraid.
we
Yeah, oh yeah,
stab
time is coming
Ganon.
up.
Come on, Zelda.
So there's a light arrow.
Three,
There's a parry, and
time!
Woo! All right. What a run. What a run.
Wow, okay.
How you feeling?
That
How you
happened.
feeling? Talk to
I'm-
us.
Man, whew, okay. So,
definitely a good run. Nothing bad happened. Nothing like really bad happened.
yeah, nothing like, yeah,
Storages were overall good.
that's, wow. I'm actually,
That was a great showcase.
I'm actually so, like, I'm actually a little bit in disbelief right now about, like, the way that this run went, because there's, like, so, I can't stress to you guys enough, like, how many things can go wrong and lose you time. Like, it's actually wild. Like, at Private Oasis, I was very close to drowning. I was very close to drowning, and if I had drowned, it wouldn't have been, like, that big of a time loss, but, it would have lost, what, like a minute or 2, depending on peg storage. But yeah, overall, I feel very good. That was really fun. Yeah, there's just a lot of complicated, like the glitches seem complicated, and they do get complicated to explain, but I promise it all eventually makes sense, and everything starts to click, and then you can start speedrunning the game.
Yeah, it's really, really cool to see how Wind Waker has evolved over the time, the years. This game used to be at minimum 4 hours to run, and we've managed to cut it down to so far to where the speedrun got nearly impossible for a normal human to actually do. So having all these other categories bring life into this game, and we've kind of been popping off recently in the community department with this.
It's
this
been so
category is
fun.
awesome.
Yeah, it's been so great being a part of like the SD community, especially lately, because we've been like lively with like races and stuff. I know in the past, like that used to be a big thing for SD, like before I was even knew what speedrunning was. They used to do speedrun, like races, and now we do them again. We race this category, we race noms usually every week. And that's just been really fun to get to know like all the people in the community and stuff. And I've had a really good time. learning the game and getting better at the game and making good friends, such as my co-commentators Gobity and Jwist. So yeah, overall it's great because it's not just a speed run, it's a little community where you get to meet people and make connections and stuff. So yeah.
So before we sign off, two things. You mentioned there's an easier category if people want to get into this. Where can people find information on how to do that?
Yeah, so if you want to get into...
Put it in Discord, and I can post it in chat.
I gotcha.
Cool, yeah, so you're definitely going to want to join the SD Speedrunning Discord. And the category I just did is what we usually have beginners like try out if they're like wanting to learn the game and but they don't really know like where to start. So definitely this category, but we have like video demonstrations of an easier route of this category. So some of the tricks that you saw me do, there are like easier counterparts to things and like modifications you can make. So
For
the really cool
example,
thing, yeah.
The biggest part that most people get intimidated by with this specific route is the dark world swims. So the beginner route does not have any of those dark world swims.
Right, like where all the lights turn off and all you can see is like Link's eyes. Like you can completely eliminate those. You can eliminate the leaf hover that I did too. There's a chest storage strat you can do. If you don't feel comfortable mashing for that period of time, the Discord is really helpful and there are incredibly smart and helpful human beings in there, and there is gonna be a setup for you for a trick. So yeah.
Sounds good. And the other question is, where can people find you all if they want to see more Wind Waker or other speedrunning content?
Oh, so I'm Halcyon Haley, and you can find me at twitch.tv/Halcyon Haley, as it's likely displayed here on stream.
Yep. All of our Twitch handles are the same.
Yeah, so I just speedrun mainly Wind Waker, SD. I've done HD glitchless, I've done randomizers, but usually you're gonna see Wind Waker there, so if you like Wind Waker. I also like Wind Waker.
I say most of the time I will just be playing Wind Waker if I'm streaming.
Yep, I've been playing Wind Waker for 8 years on my good old channel, twitch.tv/GobityBobby. You cannot find me on Twitter anymore, as I accidentally deleted it, so don't look there. Don't look there, I'm not there anymore. But on Twitch, I am GTV/GobityBobby. Oops. Yeah, Wind Waker is love, Wind Waker is life. Thank you.
All right, thanks everybody for being on. We're going to take a quick break here, and we're going to set up for the next run. We just did SD. We're going to flip over to HD. We got Linkus, who's going to be joining us for all dungeons. So stay tuned. We're going to take a quick break while we get that all set up. So stay tuned. While we are on the break, though, as a quick reminder, your subs and bits for the entire month of January are still going to Prevent Cancer Foundation after we pay what we owe for taxes on that revenue. So if you have a Prime Gaming sub or any extra bits lying around, you can toss those towards a good cause for the entire rest of the month of January. But we'll be right back after just a few minutes with Wind Waker HD, so stay tuned. All right, everyone, welcome back to the Community Spotlight. We just took a quick break after our Wind Waker Standard Edition run of any % No MSS. Now we are on HD version with all dungeons with Linkus 7. But before we hop into that, just a quick reminder that we do have plenty of programming coming up here on Hotfix. If you tune in tomorrow, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern, it's Game Masters, and following that is a Time Capsule at 10 p.m. Eastern. So we got shows most nights of the week here on Hotfix, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern. On weekends, usually around 1 p.m. Eastern. And of course, we just announced Unapologetically Black and Fast, speedrunning series celebrating Black Joy here on Hotfix. You can find information on how you can submit to that by taking the !UBAF in chat. That's going to be on February 13th and 14th. But Linkus, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good, man. Thank you for asking. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty well. I'm excited to see, because I know these two runs are extremely different, and I'm excited to see, two very similar games at their core, but the speed runs and how different they get.
Yes, no, that is very, very true. Once we're a little bit into the run, I would say about 15, 20 minutes and we get some items. If you just watch the last run, the GDQ run, or the hotfix run of the SD version or the standard edition, you will notice that the speedrun tricks that are used on that version is very different from the HD version. So I'll make sure to give a full commentary on this run so you can get an idea of all the single tricks that we do in this one. But yeah, with that being said, I think I'm ready to start if you guys are.
Yeah, whenever you're ready.
All right, let's do the countdown in 3, 2, 1, and go. All righty. All right, the very first thing you're going to notice that is very different from the GameCube version is that we can actually skip the really long prologue cutscene of the game. So we do not have to sit through the first 4 minutes of prologue. So we can immediately get into the action of Outset. Not really sure how much action there is on Outset, but I mean, it's still better than the 4-minute prologue. And then from there, you will see that the last category, I saw a lot of people ask this in the chat, and they asked, what is No MSS? And No MSS stands for No Manual Super Sim. I'm sure you got that question answered, but you will now get to see what Manual Super Sim actually looks like, and hopefully also get a pretty good idea into why No Manual Super Sim is a category and why a lot of runners, especially new runners that want to pick up the game, choose to go for that category instead, because you're going to be noticing that this trick is very special from most other glitches. I will be kind of quiet while I'm doing the trick, the pause buffering trick, but I will be explaining everything slightly throughout it and then especially afterwards. But the basics you need to know before I start is that every single time you turn around in the water, if you do it frame perfectly, you can gain some negative speed, and we're going to be using that to our advantage to skip Outside Island and make our way to Dragon Roost. So that's what we're going to be starting off with right now. If everything is special, by the way, that you want to mention to the kind of viewers, I don't mind if you talk during this trick. I just need to focus a bit.
Okay. I was just going to say, chat, you need to give us your pausa when it happens. I know this is everyone's favorite thing is spamming pausa during this trick. And of course, you will get it because we're on HD. So you're on Italian version, right?
That is correct. Ooh, I dropped ESS there by accident, so I'm gonna have to pause some more. Pretty much right when I think that I have enough speed, I need to hold a very specific position of analog stick, known as ESS positioning. And if you accidentally go neutral, you lose a random amount of speed, depending on your swimming animation. It can be as little as 50 units up to a third of your speed. So unfortunately, I lost a lot of my speed there. So I'm gonna have to pause buffer a bit more, but that is totally fine. That is within our estimate. And chat, you get to enjoy some more pausa memes for a little bit longer.
Oh yeah, everybody knows that chat enjoys the pausa. We already got people commentating about how it's their favorite soundtrack because you get that, rhythmic pause and unpause sound. People are asking in chat what this is doing. Just hold on, you'll see very soon. I think it's more fun just to let you build up the suspense if you've never seen this before.
Almost there with the speed. Oh no, I got speed glitch. Oh boy. Let me try and see if I can back this up. Oh no, that's really bad for a marathon. That's okay. We can go back to Pasa. I'm so sorry. I wanted to explain what I was doing right there, but that is very unfortunate. I just need to get a little bit more speed.
Yes, for people asking in chat, this is MSS, Manual Super Swim.
There we go. All right, so. Yeah, as you can see right now, the screen is flickering quite a lot, and you're going to understand right now in a second or two exactly why I just did everything that I did. So, what you can see right now, after the screen flickering, I get here, I have a ton of speed, and I can super swim all the way right now from outset all the way to Dragon Roost. So you're probably wondering how that all worked and what I was actually doing during that entire time, because it seems kind of strange that I was just pausing my video game for 3-4 minutes and then I can make it all the way with a super swim across the ocean. So thankfully we have a couple of really long cutscenes coming up ahead, so this is a great time to go into a little bit more detail of the fundamentals of how the swimming mechanic works in this game. So when it comes to the swim mechanic in this game, it's pretty clever how they programmed it. Every single frame that you swim in the water, you will gain 3 units of speed. And every single time you turn around, the game will give you 3 units of negative speed to slow you down so that when you're turning around a bunch, you're not swimming in, the full momentum. Now, where this actually kind of exploit comes into play is that Nintendo forgot to put a speed cap in how fast you can go backwards. And this is quite a common kind of oversight by developers. If you've ever watched the Super Mario 64 speedrun, you will know of the glitch known as a BLJ, or a backwards long jump, which is the glitch they use to, get through the staircases and the star doors and all that sort of stuff. And it's using the exact same kind of oversight by the developers, that there is no speed cap for how fast you can go backwards. So, with that in mind, if I turn around frame perfectly, I will gain 3 units of negative speed, and I can continue to do this process over and over again. But if I pause 1 frame late, I will not gain any speed whatsoever, which means that to reach the about 600 units of required speed, I need to have a grand total of 200 frame perfect inputs. They don't have to be back to back, but you still have to perform 200 frame perfect inputs pretty much over an extended period of time. And that's why this trick is so difficult and why we're doing so many pause buffers. Now, when you saw that the screen was kind of flickering, that is actually the game charging more speed for me, because when you have that much speed, about 550, 600, if you tap the target button so that the camera is automatically following Link, its objective is just simply to follow Link. But with that amount of speed, Link actually travels from the center of the screen to behind the camera in a single individual frame, which means that in return, the camera will start flipping around 180 degrees automatically because it wants to keep Link on the screen at all times. Which means in return that by just holding up on the analog stick, you can cause Link to turn around, like I was pause buffering for. Once I've done that and I've gotten a lot of speed in the thousands, I will then simply head over to the corner of that beach, get an air refill, and I can then super swim all the way from Outside Island to Dragon Roost, which, as you can imagine, skips a ton of content and is very, very fast.
So what was the speed glitch you were saying? Oh no, I got speed glitch.
Oh, I'm not going to go into it too much because it gets very complicated. The formulas and how super swimming works is very complicated, but to simplify, Link has a swimming animation, right? Which makes a lot of sense, he's supposed to, be able to swim. And in this animation of him swimming, he's kind of bopping up and down on the water. And depending on where you are in this swimming animation, it can actually kind of get you stuck in something known as a speed glitch. To simplify as much as I can without getting too technical, what it pretty much means in simple terms is that he's being very, very stubborn. So if you're unlucky and you are at a bad part of his swimming animation, then he's very stubborn and he doesn't want to enter that kind of automatic upcharge mode.
Oh, okay.
And the unfortunate thing is that that's determined based upon how many frames you have been in the water. So there's no way for a human to really realistically always guarantee themselves to be at the correct time, since you can't know the identical frames, or the exact amount of frames you've been in the water. Obviously, in a world record attempt or something like that at home, if you get that, it's an insta reset. But since this is a marathon run, I can just thankfully go back to the beach, gain some more speed, and then you go for it again. Also, I hope you guys like controller ASMR because I have a bit of a habit of pressing my buttons really hard. I like that kind of feedback from the sound that you get from pressing buttons. I actually use it sometimes as kind of a cue, even a visual cue or an audio cue, I should say, for a couple of the tricks that I use and also for making sure that I have good movement. Kind of is like a beat in my head for example, keeping my rolls in check. So because of that, you will sometimes hear some clicking noises.
Personally, I always found a little bit of controller noise. It's nice, It's weird when there's no controller noise at all sometimes.
Yeah, it's part actually the reason why I think the GameCube controller is one of the best controllers of all time. Because they have such a satisfying sound on top of this being a great controller. So I always loved the GameCube controller for that.
So while you're going through the other parts of Dragon Roost here, I noticed that the category is all dungeons, and there's no restrictions listed in the categories. So is this just completely open, everything you can do category?
That is correct. So all dungeons, it's pretty self-explanatory. I have to beat all the dungeons before I can beat the game. That's the objective of the category. The unrestricted is like a newer thing actually that got added to the leaderboard. For the longest time, we only had just, any percent, all dungeons, 100%, etc. Which meant that if you couldn't do manual super swim or you either chose not to do it or you couldn't do the trick, you had to just take a big time loss. We then added that as a separate category, but it didn't really, pick up a lot. Like a lot of people weren't too interested in running a separate category. So we recently added filters or tabs for each individual category. So unrestricted is, you can do whatever glitches that are available in the game. Just the end goal is to, either beat the game or get all the dungeons or 100%. And then you have no manual super swim. And then for some categories like any percent, you also have some special kind of speedruns like grapple file, which means that you start the game with your grappling hook. So you don't have to do manual super swim or head over to Dragon Roost. So you can kind of get straight into the action instead of repeating the same kind of 15 minutes that pretty much every category has to follow in the beginning. Because for people that don't know that hasn't watched an HD speedrun before of Wind Waker, you're going to notice in a couple of minutes why it is so essential to have the grappling hook, by the way. It's sort of like the Wind Waker item for the HD version, because if you watched the GameCube version speedrun earlier, you probably noticed how incredibly broken the Wind Waker is in that game. Another interesting fact too right here is you're going to notice that because I did manual super swim, I have no equipment whatsoever. The only thing I have is a bottle and a delivery bag. So I'm gonna have to get very creative here and use different kind of objects throughout this dungeon to be able to progress through the entire thing. So right there, I used a pot to hit the enemy, and you're gonna notice throughout that, thankfully there's pretty much objects throughout every single room that will allow you access to progress to the next part. By the way, thank you everybody so much for the Prime subs. Really do appreciate that. Remember, chat, that if you have an Amazon Prime account and you connect it to your Twitch account, you can get Prime Gaming, which means you can subscribe for free. That's right, for free. So don't forget to check if you have a free Prime sitting around. All you have to do is click on the subscribe button and then scroll down and click on subscribe for free with the Prime. It's that simple.
Yeah, thanks for that plug. And as a reminder, for the whole entire month of January, subs and bits are still going to PCF after we pay the amount that we owe for taxes on that revenue. So if you do have a Prime sub sitting around, it's still going to great cause of Prevent Cancer Foundation.
Oh, really? I didn't even know that. You hear that, Chad? If you have a Prime sitting around, you literally will give money directly to charity. Even better.
Yeah, it's great. That happens for the entire month of January. So if you still have your Prime sub, but it's like 3 months until it's ready, you can use it later in the month, still goes towards PCF.
Nice. But I probably should have asked this before I started this run, but you know, I'm so professional, I'm gonna ask it on stream. Is it okay if I call you Ray, or what do you prefer?
Ray or Railcoon are both fine.
Okay, I'm gonna go with Ray then. So I'm curious, Ray, have you watched a lot of Wind Waker HD speedruns before?
Not recently. So I've seen some of the older route stuff. So it was the same thing with Wind Waker SD. I'd seen a lot of the older runs, so I'm really curious to see what the newer stuff is, because I know some stuff has happened, maybe not recently, but since the last time I saw a speedrun.
Definitely. If the last time you as a viewer watched this run was my last GDQ run of this game, which would be my 100% run in 2020, there's been a couple of really awesome discoveries made since then. And this is also the very first time actually on the Games Done Quick channel, to my knowledge at least, that I've ran, where I'll be showcasing the all dungeons category, because before I've only done 80% and 100%. So this will be kind of a nice little showcase, because obviously in 80% you don't get to see all the tricks, since the objective is just to beat the game. And in 100%, even if we don't restrict the glitches, not all glitches are useful, since you do need to obtain all the items. So you'll see a couple of really awesome tricks throughout this run that you might not have seen before.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
You know, it is kind of funny, Ray. Because I'm doing my full commentary, I'm very, the part of the reason why I was plugging the Prime is because I'm very used to, you know, looking over at alerts or waiting for, you know, donations to be read for these kind of streams.
Yeah.
So because of that, I think the best approach is to, you know, plug the bits and the Primes for the stream.
Yeah, it makes sense. It just made me laugh, because it's like, that's normally my job when I'm hosting, and you're doing it for me. It's just like, kick back in my chair. Oh, yeah, nice.
I mean, I guess that is the good point of having a Salat on the stream. He does the job for you.
So we're coming up there. We're not too far away from where you said this run opens up, right?
Yes, that is correct. In the end of Dragon Roost, we're going to be getting the grappling hook, and that's when the game fully opens up. We do have a couple of like story progressions, unfortunately, that we do need to go through right afterwards. So there's going to be a decent amount of kind of cutscenes, but that's when you will start seeing some major glitches, and then after that is when the game actually like fully opens up, and we start, you know, going through all the dungeons and that sort of thing.
I'm looking forward to it. It's one of those things, especially when I'm aware that a run has changed since I've last seen it. It's fun when it's on the show to not look it up and experience it live with everybody in chat, you know.
Definitely. So I'm curious. I'm actually very happy to hear, Ray, that you personally don't have too much experience in terms of Wind Waker speedruns, because it gives me a great opportunity to say that at any point, if there's anything you have a question about as I'm playing the game, please feel free to just ask away, because I take a lot of stuff for granted because, you know, the very small stuff, you know, I've been playing this game for so many years at this point, I take it for granted. But as a, you know, a little bit more of an average viewer, you know, you might be wondering something that I don't, you know, explain. So if you see anything that you're interested in me explaining, feel free to just ask at any point.
Yeah, for sure. We've done a good job so far, and we haven't gotten anything too complicated yet, so you haven't lost me yet.
Sounds good. By the way, a quick little thing that you should take note of, chat. Right there, I opened up the warp pot, and that is going to be very, very useful for later. So we are going to open up that warp pot for Dragon Roost, because once we get the grappling hook here, we're actually going to leave this dungeon and come back at a much later time. You will see why that is faster later on, but for now, just remember that the warp pot to be to the end of the dungeon is open, and yeah, it is ready for us once we come back. Right here, I'm trying to like manipulate these enemies to be next to each other so I can get double hits, since I am limited to the kind of, you know, bad-ish swords that are being dropped throughout this area. So I'm using a lot of kind of techniques to try and manipulate the enemies in such a way where I can get double hits and triple hits.
Yeah, I was wondering about that, because I know we're coming here to get the grappling hook as soon as we can, but you know, you don't have a sword right now. So completing the dungeon seems difficult.
Yeah, I actually did do a challenge run on my own stream, seeing how far you can make it. Unfortunately, you will see like a little bit later what I'm talking about, chat, but this game likes to give you free items by watching cutscenes, which makes it a very true and hard challenge to go swordless as far as you can, because you're very restricted to what you can actually do without obtaining a sword. So the furthest you can really make it without obtaining a single sword is Tower of the Gods. You can unfortunately progress past one of those mini bosses. By the way, right there, I just got... Yeah, right there, I just picked up the grappling hook, and now is when the really like kind of major glitches starts to come up. So when I have my grappling hook right now, I'm gonna first let you see one of these swims, and then I will explain it in detail. So enjoy. And bam. So you remember earlier that I spent multiple minutes pause buffering to be able to do a super swim? Well, the GameCube version with the Wind Waker is actually using the same exact method. On the GameCube version, you lock your camera in front of Link and then turn around in the water every single frame. It's just that with the Wind Waker, you can do it automatically, so it's not the manual super swim. Here, I'm going to be using some very crazy techniques with the grappling hook. So right there, I did something known as an item slide. And I item slide with the super swim all the way to the submarine. Once I enter the submarine, you're going to notice that those kind of enemies are going to get confused, play the sound of the jail guards, and then throw me into jail. And this is the closest thing that Wind Waker has to a rung warp. What the game does is it looks for if Link has a sword, because the only moment in the game where you would like actually, you know, interfere with those enemies specifically without a sword would be Forsaken Fortress. So instead of having two separate enemies for that exact same one, they simply just do a check for if you have a sword, and if you don't have one, they act as the guards in Forsaken Fortress, and if you do, they're the normal enemy. And you're also probably going to be seeing throughout this right now, really the power of item sliding. So I think it's time to really explain in a little bit more detail how this glitch is working out, because you're probably going to notice that I'm going quite fast here. So in Wind Waker HD, they made it so that when you have a first-person item in your hand, you can walk around at the same time. And it's actually a very nice kind of change. And if you played an original game of any Zelda game, Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, Wind Waker, Twilight Princess for that matter, I can guarantee you that you have actually noticed how annoying it is to not have this feature. When you want to hookshot something or boomerang something, and then you're like one step too far away, and then you have to take away the item, take a step forward, and then take it out again. So, in this game, they made it so you can walk around with a first-person item in your hand. Thankfully, they made a very nice decision in the way that if you're walking with a first-person item and then you release the analog stick, instead of Link kind of just stopping in place, he has more of like a smooth effect of kind of slowly going back to a stationary one. And to very much simplify, what we can do with that is actually use it as an exploit, because how the game is functioned in terms of kind of dividing your speed to slowly decrease your speed. If you are walking in a direction, any direction, let's in this example say forward, you're walking forward. If you then pause the game and hold slightly down on the analog stick, what the game is going to do is it's going to try and run this calculation of what should Link's speed be, like how much should the speed be decreasing with, right? Because he's walking forward and now he's walking very slight back. So how should we decrease his speed when he's holding in such a little amount downwards? And what it's going to result in doing is actually multiply your speed in the negatives. So it's going to start multiplying by about 1.2 times your speed every single frame, which is why this glitch is so much more powerful than the GameCube version. Because unlike the GameCube version where you're continuously is gaining 3 units of speed every single frame, here you're exponentially gaining speed. So if you have, let's say 100,000, right? The next frame you're at 120,000, etc. And that's how you're able to get so much speed to super swim across the entire ocean in just 4 seconds by simply doing a 3-second item slide. And a lot of walls in this game do not have great kind of hit detection if you have a lot of speed. So if you charge up enough speed, you can often be able to clip through walls. This does not apply to all walls, but a lot of them that's true for. So that's how I was able to move so quickly across that area. You might have also noticed during that Forsaken Fortress, if you know the Forsaken Fortress area really well, because it's kind of hard to maybe notice if you don't, but I actually teleported all the way from... I actually teleported from one side of Forsaken Fortress all the way to the other side. And what that is pretty much an item slide jump. So if you charge up a lot of speed into a corner or against a wall or something like that, and you then tap target, or you slash your sword, whatever you name it, it's going to make it so that all that speed that you charged up into that corner or wall is going to be outputted in a single frame in that direction that you're facing. So what I did is I charged up hundreds of thousands of units of speed in that one corner. I tap target, and it is then going to basically result in me flying with all of that speed in a single frame 90 degrees to the left. And that's how I was able to teleport across the entire Forsaken Fortress area.
How precise is that timing for charging up for that speed? Can you like overshoot it?
In some situations, it is precise. There are certain item slide jumps that can actually crash your game, especially if you're in the overworld. In that one, it is actually safe because there's a wall that can stop your speed. Okay, so for most areas, it's not too bad. And yeah, if you want a really technical explanation with more of like the math and the code in mind, you can check out the Zelda speedruns website where they go into some detail. If you're knowledgeable about code, it will make sense. These kind of explanations about item sliding, this is very much simplified so that it's, well, I don't know if I would call them simple. I think they're still kind of technical, but they're simplified enough to where at least it can sort of make somewhat of sense. But yeah. If you like coding, then there are some more kind of in-depth explanations that you can find around there.
So is that trip to Forsaken Fortress like necessary? Is it just for the sword? Is it story flags?
Excellent question. I actually didn't even mention that. Yes. The reason I have to go to Forsaken Fortress, even though I skipped it earlier, is for 2 reasons. Number 1, that little gossip stone that you obtain in the beginning of Forsaken Fortress 1 is actually a flag to make it so that the pirate ship has bombs instead of the spoils bag. And second of all, if you don't beat Forsaken Fortress 1, King of Red Lions does not spawn into the overworld. And it is very essential for us to be able to have a boat in this category. So that's the main reason why we end up going to Forsaken Fortress and actually completing it the way we do. You're also gonna notice right here that I'm rescuing Tingle. I could also mention we do not actually technically need to like ever use Tingle or go to Tingle's Island. But in the HD version, you cannot buy the sail without rescuing Tingle. And we actually do have 3, I think, sailing sections in the run. So it is important to us that we actually end up going to obtain the sail. And right here, you're also going to be noticing that I'm going to be using items lineup for not only super swimming, but also movement. You probably noticed right there that I almost like somewhat teleported across the entirety of Windfall right there. And you're going to be seeing a lot of that throughout this run. Right now, that's unlucky. Right now, I have the 80 rupees and I got the sail. So I actually have everything that I need right now. On Windfall Island. So I'm actually going to be heading over to Great Fish, which activates a very essential event in the game called Endless Night. And this is specifically what spawns the pirate ship on Windfall Island, so I can obtain the bombs. And it is also going to kind of activate the Whirlwind behind Outside Island so that I can obtain the 3rd pearl in the game. And yes, we are playing in Italian because it's the fastest language available. TLDR, for this game, Japanese has a slower scrolling speed. So Japanese is actually the slowest version for Wind Waker HD specifically. So out of the versions that have the fast scrolling speed, which is English, German, French, Italian, and Spanish, Italian has the least amount of text, which makes it the fastest version to speedrun on. But in terms of characters, the Japanese version is still has less amount of characters. It's just that due to the scrolling speed, we prefer speedrunning on the Italian version. Right here, you're going to be noticing something very important in terms of flags. Because I beat Forsaken Fortress 1, but I haven't entered King of Red Lions, the game thinks that I still have to be on Windfall Island. So as long as I don't enter King of Red Lions boat, my save flag is set to Windfall. So even though I went to a completely different island, Great Fish, when I saved and quit the game, it automatically put me back to Windfall. And we're going to be using this to our advantage a lot right now because it's going to be very advantageous in terms of kind of overall travel to be using that. Right here, I'm also going to be doing a very difficult kind of glitch known as password skip. If you've seen this on the GameCube version, you will know that it's not bad. Unfortunately, it is way harder on the HD version because we don't have notches. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a glitch known as a roll click, which is done by climbing up a ledge that you can be partially inside of and then rolling on the very first frame. And if you're able to roll in the first frame possible, you can actually make it into the wall before the game has an opportunity to push you out. After that, I line myself up, I do 2 rolls inside of that fence without going back into bounds, and I then side hop and jump slash straight into the loading zone.
And that's because, like, you actually have to learn the password before you can give it in this game, right?
That is correct. I actually don't know if technically you can guess the password. Even if you could, though, there are a lot of passwords that it possibly could be. So it would still not be worth it. Like, if you guess the right one first try, it would be about the same as a first try password skip. And there are so many different password combinations the game can have. Even if you could theoretically guess it and you don't have to watch the cutscene, it would not be worth it. But I've actually never tried it to know if you can technically input the right password without watching the cutscene. I actually don't know that. All right, and now we have bombs. So the main reason we want to get bombs right now is so that we can have have it for Forbidden Woods, because in Forbidden Woods, the kind of main, idea of the entire dungeon is that you obtain the boomerang. And the boomerang gives you an opportunity to do remote damage. Because around Forbidden Woods, there's a bunch of kind of eyes on different door frames, which you cannot deal damage to in any way whatsoever, except for with the boomerang. But since I now actually have the bombs, I can deal remote damage early, which means that I can completely break Forbidden Woods. And we're gonna be heading right away right now, actually. I'm gonna be heading straight to Forbidden Woods. And you're gonna notice in a few minutes once I've gotten the leaf, just how powerful it truly is. If you speedrun this game on New Game Plus, it technically doesn't make a difference. It's not allowed on the 100% category. They would probably accept it if you do the shorter categories, but it wouldn't really make any difference because it's actually slower overall because it translates the Hylian text to whatever language you have it set to. And in Hylian text, you can have an entire word as a single symbol, while obviously in Italian, it requires multiple characters. And if you do manual super swim, you also get to keep the pajamas tunic anyways, so there's not really any purpose for it. I just splooshed right there, so I had to swim to the cutscene. That was a little bit strange, but at least it works out.
And that was the bad kind of sploosh, just like when you're doing the minigame for 100%, right?
Yeah, exactly. By the way, I don't have an opportunity to read the chat all the time because I want to kind of do a commentary. But for everyone that said hi, hello chat, by the way. I don't think I've actually had an official time when I said hi to chat, so hi chat. Nice to see you all.
And I am watching chat as well. If you have questions and Linkus is focusing, I can pass them along.
Sounds good. Yeah, if you see any really good questions from the chat that I don't respond to, you can feel free to ask me. Are there any tricks available in HD that can't be done in the GameCube version and vice versa? Yes. You're actually watching one of them right now. Item sliding, which is the main glitch of the HD version, does not work on the GameCube version, and the storage glitch that the GameCube version uses for the entirety of the run, although technically it is still in the game, they patched the way in which we obtain storage, which makes it not useful in any meaningful way in the speedrun.
Someone's asking about cutscene skips. Well, we skipped the 4.5-minute cutscene at the start of the game. I don't know how many other cutscene skips there are.
One of the major new glitches that was actually found since my last GDQ run is a form of cutscene skip. You can actually skip the cutscene that I'm watching right now, but it is quite a risky one and it doesn't save that much time. So I actually chose not to skip this specific one. But you're going to be noticing around the halfway mark of the speed run, I'm going to skip about 5-6 cutscenes almost in a row in a very short period of time. It is a very interesting glitch. So I'll definitely explain it when we get there. But yeah, you can expect a lot of cutscene skips. Before we have this new glitch discovery known as pause storage that will be used for cutscene skips later on, the way we kind of got around most cutscene skips was to just simply, try and skip that kind of portion of the game that had the cutscenes. But now we have an actual way to skip cutscenes legitimately. Yeah.
So I remember when I was talking to somebody from the previous run, they weren't entirely sure what areas are all considered a dungeon for this category. Are there any areas people might think of as dungeon that don't count or do count that you might not expect? What is the requirement to be
think-
called a dungeon for this category?
So the definition of beating a dungeon, this is actually kind of a controversial subject when the original category was made, because at the time it could have been very advantageous in terms of routing to kind of walk the line of what is beating a dungeon, which is it considered beating a dungeon if you just beat the boss, or stepping into the kind of portal after, you know, the dungeon has been completed. So the definition of a beating a dungeon is to enter the warp after you've beaten the boss of the dungeon. The only kind of one that could be up to argument that some people ask about is Forsaken Fortress 2 in particular, with Helmrock. Because we do technically skip the majority of that one, but even if you want to consider that a dungeon, we do still enter the kind of door that is that equivalent of a warp pod, or, you know, like the warp in a dungeon. So it would still kind of fall under the same category. Right here, by the way, you will see your first example of a long distance item slide jump. Right there when I left Forest Haven, I should say, I side hopped to the left, I item slided back into that wall, and then I had enough speed to make it all the way from Forest Haven to Forbidden Woods in a single frame. And then by slashing my sword and holding forward on the analog stick, I was able to make it all the way forward right there. But yeah, anyways, to quickly answer your question, what we're going to be completing in terms of dungeons is Dragon Roost, Forbidden Woods, Tower of the Gods, technically Forsaken Fortress 2, Earth Temple, and then Wind Temple. And I guess Ganon's Tower, if you want to count that as a dungeon too, but I mean, you kind of have to do that anyways to beat the game, so.
Yeah, that one's a little bit required.
Yeah. And yeah, you're going to be noticing in this dungeon specifically that we're going to be using a lot of bombs to entirely break this dungeon. We're using it pretty much for every single door to skip the puzzles right here. And then when we get to the main room, we're going to be using it to access the more later areas. Right there, I lined up 2 bombs because when you place out a bomb, you have to wait a couple of seconds for it to explode. And if you're too close to the door, the eye is going to be shut, which means it cannot be damaged in any way. So for some of those doors, it's faster to place 2 bombs. And, you know, you can save about a second to reduce the weight there.
And that's you, like, attacking the second bomb to chain reaction the door, right?
Exactly, yes. But yeah, so right now we are going to jump straight down to this area, which if you know Wind Waker really well, you might know that this is actually the area that leads towards the boss door. Because in this dungeon, you obtain the boomerang technically, but there are tricks to get away from using the boomerang in every single situation where it would normally be required. You will see the first case when I'm beating the boss right here, and then later on in the run as well when I unlock a portal. We still do not have the boss key. Thankfully, however, you can actually skip it right here by item sliding at a very specific spot right there. You have enough speed to go really far out of bounds to the point where you would almost even crash the game. Thankfully, because of how close that floor is to the water underneath the platform, once you actually clip kind of downwards and backwards, which makes Link hit the water for a single frame, which cancels his speed, which makes you land on this little invisible out-of-bounds platform. And you can then use that to your advantage to leaf around the entire area and enter the boss. And now when we're at the boss room, you're supposed to be using the boomerang. What a lot of people don't know is that the grappling hook actually does deal damage. It's just a very little amount of damage. It is very finicky because this boss can move around, which is entirely luck-based. And also, since the boomerang would normally auto-lock onto the vines that is holding up the boss, it means that the hitbox to hit them is very, very precise. So I spent hours practicing this, and to this day, if I get unlucky and he moves, I can still very easily fail this. But if you throw your boomerang right at the perfect spot, or the grappling hook, I mean, right at the perfect spot where the boomerang would normally make connection with the vines, you can cut them down one by one, and then once all of them are cut down, you can simply just kill the boss like normal.
It's actually very impressive that this works.
Yeah. It's kind of funny, actually. We were stuck on this specific boss fight for a very long time because on the GameCube version, you can actually damage Calademos, the boss, when he's up in the air. So you can throw bombs really well timed, and the bomb explosion hits him through his little shell. And the HD version actually patched it by making it so that you cannot deal any damage when he's up in the air, which meant that even when we found the boss key skip, we still had to go out of our way to obtain the boomerang just so we can cut him down, so we could deal damage to him. And even if you get up there in the fight and you do the Easter egg by dropping some holy water or forest water on him, it still doesn't work. But then we found out that, hey, you can actually just use the grappling hook to cut him down, which was overlooked but very pleasant and nice discovery. And yeah, for people that are asking about that kind of water trick, if you are not consistent with one cycling the boss, it is still worth it to obtain it. But if you can one cycle him consistently by doing jump spin attacks and spin attacks, it is slightly slower to pick up the forest water compared to just fighting him normally due to animations.
Chat's a little confused about the things that you are or are not doing in the dungeon already. I assume that's only going to get more confusing for casual viewers.
Yes. Also, endure your ass, Chad.
So when are you joining the choir, Linkus?
I'm signing up right now.
There we go, chat joining in.
What are we sipping on? It is a vanilla latte today. Unfortunately, it's out of season for the pumpkin spice latte, so I had to settle with the vanilla lattes. All right, so right here, I'm going to straight away, after I save and quit after beating that boss, I will spawn at Windfall, since I still haven't entered King of Red Lions, and then I'm going to be heading over to Dragon Roost. And this is why we do Dragon Roost in 2 trips. You might think that it would be slower since I have to go through the movement of re-entering the dungeon. However, the boss key is quite out of the way in Dragon Roost specifically. And on top of that as well, the first time I'm here, I don't have a sword. So even if I were to obtain the boss key, defeating Goma with just the grappling hook takes a very long time. You have to grapple hook him like 50 times. Not literally, but you have to grapple hook him a lot of times to deal enough damage to kill him without the sword. So because of that, it is much faster to just simply come back once you have the DQ leaf and the sword. The DQ leaf especially is important because the boss key skip in this dungeon is not possible without the DQ leaf. So that's the main reason why we choose to complete this dungeon after we're already done with Forbidden Woods. So right here, if hopefully it goes well, we are going to... Beautiful. We're gonna climb up on that ledge in a very specific angle so that we're partially outside of the wall. And then when you climb up, I'm gonna do a frame perfect roll. And if you roll in the very first frame you climb up, you get something known as a roll clip. And by doing so, you can then leap out of bounds and enter the loading zone. Yes, the grappling hook does deal damage. You can try it next time if you're a very patient person. And next time you play through Wind Waker, once you're in the third phase, instead of ever slashing with the sword, just keep grappling hooking him. I promise you, he will eventually go down, but it will take quite a while.
Keyword eventually there.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah. You can also notice if you think Link's hand looks a little bit strange when I'm standing around. The reason why Link's hand looks a little bit strange right here is because I'm supposed to have a shield, and because of manual super zoom, I've never obtained my shield. So in a lot of situations, you will see that Link is kind of just hovering his hand where he should be holding the handle of the shield.
Yeah, and you can see if you look at the fingers, sort of holding his hand like he's holding something that's not there.
Yeah, exactly. Does anyone know if we get another run tonight, or is this the last one? I actually don't know that.
This is the
Right?
last run for tonight, but we do have more shows coming up tomorrow, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern.
Oh yeah, I guess I can show stream a kind of a cool trick here.
Ooh, we
I
like
can
cool
get
tricks
it.
around here.
So right here, instead of actually attacking Goma, I'm going to place a bomb and have the bomb explode Goma. And remember earlier when I mentioned that you can't get storage in this game? Well, it's not entirely true. I said that there's no really useful ways to get storage, but there are still few ways you can obtain storage. So right here is one of them,
God, Link.
where I have access over controlling Link while the cutscene is actually playing. If done perfectly, with good luck, this could technically save you about half a second, but that is about as useful as storage gets in the HD version. So there you go. There's your storage on the HD version, Chad.
That was beautiful. Thank you for showing us that, Linkus.
You're welcome. The unfortunate thing about it is, depending on where you are in the grappling hook animation when the bomb explodes, you can get very unlucky with how the camera and Link is positioned, which changes how much lag you get, because that room is really laggy, especially in free cam, which is why I said that it can technically save you half a second, because if you get unlucky with your positioning, you can actually lose time with that trick if there's too much lag. But obviously this is a marathon run. Even if we got some bad RNG on the lag, it's still worth showing. I was gonna show off those swag strats.
Yeah, that looked great. But like, ideally, if you went for it and you got the right positioning, you'd have less lag than normal and actually save some time.
That is correct, yes.
Wow, that's cool.
And also, more importantly, you wouldn't have to technically, run into the center of the room once the cutscene is done. You will already be in the portal in the middle. The reason it saves so little time, though, despite that being, 2-3 seconds of movement, is, you need, a few seconds to set up the bomb. So
Yeah.
that's why it almost ends up being the same speed. But yeah, so right now in the run, we have 2 of the 3 orbs. So we have the Dense Pearl, we have Forest Pearl, and the only one we're missing now is the Water Pearl, or Nair's Pearl. I'm going to go ahead and take this time to actually start placing some of the pearls, because you need to place them on 3 different individual islands. I'm going to be obtaining some speed right here, super swimming outwards, and then I'm going to go straight here and place my second pearl, or I guess technically in this speedrun it was our first one. But yeah, I'm gonna go here and I'm gonna place Forest Pearl. And this is also the last time we're gonna be taking advantage of this specific save flag, because after this portion, we're actually finally gonna enter King of Red Lion's boat, which means that we will actually be respawning where we save and quit instead of always respawning at Windfall Island.
I'm gonna take a guess because he said Yeah, there's a couple forced sailing sections. I assume that means we're going into Tower of the Gods?
That is correct, actually, yes. Tower of the Gods and sailing into the Whirlwind behind Outset to get the third pearl is the two kind of like forced and required sailing sections in the game. You can get around all the other ones. You can actually technically, I mean, still swim normally. It would be slow, but you can still swim normally after the cutscene to enter Tower of the Gods as well. But you cannot actually obtain Naira's Pearl without the boat. So that's the main reason why we have to get it. And since we have to get it for that, and it's right before Tower of the Gods, it's also a great opportunity to do that. Right now, I just reached Outside Island, and I'm actually here gonna still be taking advantage of the kind of save flag system in the game. So I will be spawning in King of Red Lions here, which means that the save flag will officially be fixed right here, but not in the way you might imagine it. So where is this island? I'm very lost right now. Hold on, Chad. Oh no, I might actually drown here. Oh no. It is very hard to navigate during Endless Night. Oh no. That is a little bit unfortunate, a small time loss, but that's totally fine. What I'm supposed to do right there is find the area, the tiny little island where I place Din's Pearl. And then after placing Din's Pearl, I then void out in the water to spawn back in Outset. Right there, I couldn't find the island, but that's totally fine. It's like a 30-second time loss. We can take that. But yeah, pretty much after I drown in the water, I will automatically spawn in King of Red Lions, and we have now officially fixed our save flag, so we will spawn at whatever island we want to. A little bit of a backup route, but that's totally fine.
I guess it makes sense if you spawn in the boat to go take care of this now anyway.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, normally I would go place Din's Pearl and then void out in the water the exact way I just did. So if you void out accidentally there because I couldn't find the island, you just get Naira's Pearl right now, and then I will super swim to place Din's Pearl, save and quit in the water to be put back to Outset, and then go and place the last Pearl. A very nice kind of mechanic of Wind Waker is that if you're at a main island, so let's say that you're hanging out at, Outset right now. If I super swim to another island, let's say the small triangle islands where I place the pearls, if I were to save and quit while I'm standing on top of the island, it will spawn me at that island. But if you save and quit while you're in the water, it will put you back to the last main island that you were at when you went through either a loading zone or that's where your last save was. Which means that even if we right now super swim to place the pearl, if I just make sure that I'm in the water when I save and quit, I will not have to take the time to sail anywhere. I will instead be put back to Outset. And the reason that's so useful is because even though item sliding is an amazing glitch in terms of, super swimming with, it is limited by the fact that you do need some sort of beach or slope that is entering the water so you don't lose your speed. So that does limit us so that a few islands in the game cannot be used for super swimming. That is correct. This was a backup run for Awesome Games Done Quick. So that's why Ray reached out and kind of checked if I wanted to showcase the run here instead, which I really much appreciate the opportunity.
Yeah, and if you enjoy seeing these types of, showing off backup runs, a few of the other upcoming hotfix shows that have backup runners on, we do like to give runners an opportunity to show it off because when you're put on the slate as a backup runner, you might be called into the schedule anytime during the week. We actually pulled a couple during AGDQ. So I like to make sure people get a chance to show them off on the channel sometime,
I was actually very nervous about the backup list because I was traveling for 2 days of the marathon. So I was very scared that I was going to get the message, hey, can you be a backup runner for this GDQ?
Oh,
and
no.
it was going to be on that specific day where I was traveling. So I was checking my phone in between flights every time and trying to figure out backup plans of like, if I get it, can I somehow still do the run? And I brought my entire equipment with me so that I could at any point set up a remote setup if necessary.
Oh my goodness. That would be very unfortunate if you got that message like, yeah, I get the chance. Oh, I can't do it.
Yeah. Yeah, the quality wouldn't have been great, so I'm not sure how the staff of GDQ would have felt. But yeah, yeah. Thankfully, we didn't end up being in that situation. Thankfully, I'm done traveling now, so it is all good.
So is this the small island
also
you missed
right
before,
here,
or was it the previous one?
Sorry, say that again?
So is this the small island you missed before, or was it the previous one?
The previous one, but they are identical except for which pearl you place on them.
Okay.
Endless Night is very hard to navigate, so when I used to speedrun Wind Waker HD like at a daily basis, there were a kind of strats to find our way around it, because Endless Night, it's kind of what it sounds like, right? There's an endless night going on, and on top of that as well, there's also fog and rain, which means that you do not see pretty much anything when you're going around. And the only way you can get good vision is if you get lucky and you have kind of a thunder or a lightning in the distance, because it clears up the view through the fog for like 2 seconds. So in the beginning, when I started speedrunning this game, I kind of just had the general idea of where to go, and then I would just hope that I would get a lightning strike so that I could see the island and then reposition myself. When I used to run this game at a daily basis, though, I got the muscle memory for how long I had to hold the analog stick to change my camera. So I would enter the water with the same positioning every time, and then I knew exactly how long I had to hold to the right on the C stick so that I would be perfectly aligned to the island. But those kind of small details when you're kind of on and off playing a game like I am right now when I'm playing a lot of other speedrun games at the same time, it's very hard to kind of get those perfectly, small frame windows with no visual cues down all the time. So sometimes it's a bit easy to mess up, unfortunately.
Yeah, that sounds very difficult.
Do you speedrun any games by yourself, Ray?
Yeah, I've speedrun a lot of games. I generally like to learn a game more than I grind games out. So I've routed some games. I've picked up some games just because they look fun and learned the route. But I usually don't stick with it long enough to get those really fine muscle memory stuff down,
I'm telling you right now, I'm not sure if you can see my face on stream, but we are very much not alike right here. I think that the worst part of anything is learning and practicing. I cannot stand the learning and processing process, but I find the grinding portion to be fun because then I know the route. So when you're saying that you like the first part, which is like the part when you're learning, that blows my mind.
Yeah. I mean, it's something we try to drive home a lot on Hotfix. It highlights that people enjoy different things about the hobby, and just to lean into the parts that you do enjoy,
Definitely. Also, a little bit of a quick thing right there, Chad. I just skipped half of the dungeon. It is a very simple one, and it's also probably one of the most kind of known Wind Waker glitches because it's very easy to do. You could watch a tutorial and do it within 5 minutes. It's one of those glitches where a lot of the glitches that I do to skip something, it will take a casual longer to try and pull off the skip than it would take them to beat that area casually and legitimately. This is one of the few times where I will say that even if you have never used a glitch in Wind Waker before, you would be able to pull that glitch off right there before you would be able to actually complete the first floor legitimately. So it's a very, very nice little trick.
Is that a combination
right here,
of length and difficulty of the floor, or just because it's that easy to set up?
You can do a beginner method by placing out a statue instead of using a bomb, which means that the setup is very lenient. It's not precise in any way whatsoever, and there's no frame window. Like, there's no timing required. You just have to place out the statue at roughly the correct spot, and it will work every time.
Okay, what was that? You just did some shenanigans there that I haven't seen before.
So right there, I do something a little bit interesting. Normally, before, what we always did is we press the R button to make the statue follow us, and it's just following us throughout that path. What I do right there, however, instead, is that I jump up on top of that kind of see-through floor, and then I start crawling when the statue's underneath me. And when you release the R button to stop crawling, it reactivates the A prompt. And the A prompt is pick up the statue. Normally, you know, you're so far away from the statue that you cannot pick him up through the floor. But since you can pick up a statue or initiate the pickup of a statue while you are standing up, because Link is still kind of leaned over and kind of crouched over, he's just barely close enough to the hitbox to where he can pick up the statue. And the pick up statue animation does not check for any sort of collision, so he just pops right through the floor and right up into Link's hands.
That's amazing.
Funnily enough, actually, that trick, if I'm not mistaken, was actually found by a casual. We have, you know, speedrun this game for years, and none of us used to do that. The task, you know, had a very interesting setup of jumping around on the side of that room, but, you know, RTA, we always used to walk with it. And then I think about a year and a half, 2 years ago, there was a random clip dropped from a Twitch stream of someone doing a playthrough of the game and just accidentally stumbling upon it.
It's always the best when you get that.
Definitely. There's a lot of situations like that where there was a lot of times where there's a lot of times where someone comes in, you know, a Discord or a Twitch chat and says that they found something while playing the game, and it has already been found. But because of that, a lot of the time people are scared to share if they find a little cool trick or glitch because they think that it's already known because it was so basic to pull off. But I will tell you that if you ever stumble upon something, still share it and ask if it's known or not, because the worst that's going to happen is they will say, yes, this is already known, and best case scenario, you found something new. I think a perfect example of that is Equip Swap in Ocarina of Time. Ocarina of Time is one of the most broken games of all time, and Equip Swap is a glitch where you can basically equip restricted items. For example, you can equip adult items as child or child items as an adult. And you can also use it for duplicating items. It was such a simple glitch and trick that the person had uploaded the video that showcased the glitch. He had actually known about it, if I remember correctly, for over a year. But he just didn't like make a video on it because it was so simple to do when he did it that he assumed that we all knew about the glitch, that it wasn't even worth sharing. But then a video kind of just popped up of it and everyone was shocked. So yeah, always be sure to share anything you find. You never know.
There's also some instances I've seen where like somebody shares a glitch that's known about, but it's a different way of doing it that's more useful or easier to do.
Definitely. One of the huge glitches for Ocarina of Time, any % category before Ace and SRM, was GIM, or Get Item Manipulation, where you could walk in front of a chest to manipulate the value of which item you would obtain. So you could obtain all the items you needed in the game straight into Deku Tree, instead of having to take the time to go all the way to Kakariko to get the bottle and the bugs and all that sort of stuff in the old route. And that glitch was actually a glitch that had been known for about 10 years, but a user by the name of Skater was playing around with that old glitch that had been known for about 10 years at that point, and just happened to figure out a slightly different way of doing that same glitch that had been known for a long time, and was able to discover one of the biggest glitches in Ocarina of Time. So Yeah, very small changes can make a huge impact on these sort of things.
Is that what led to SRM?
No, SRM was also actually an old glitch. So SRM, there was a trick known for a long time where you could sometimes, I think there was clips over the years of people playing Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask where they would randomly sometimes have a different item appear where it shouldn't be. There's a famous clip of Kyle, or Full Grown Gaming, a Majora's Mask speedrunner. He was doing a shooting minigame where you're shooting arrows at one of the witches. And when he shoots one of his arrows, it randomly turns into a door. So he just shoots out a door from his bow. And that had happened before as well, but like that clip kind of blew up. So the technical knowledge of how we perform SRM in Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask had happened before. It's just that we didn't really fully understand how the glitch worked, or that it could be useful in a way to where we could write with it. So we've been known for a very long time that you could technically do those sort of glitches. But then a very well-known glitch hunter by the name of Glitches and Stuff, he ended up doing more research on that glitch and realized that you could actually, if you do a very specific order in how you do that glitch, you could purposely edit the value of exact memory addresses and items that you wanted, which then led to the start of the age of SRM and Ace. And for people that don't know, by the way, that stands for, it's pretty much arbitrary code execution. So it allows you to pretty much write code or call for instructions that exist in the game at any point you want. Also, you probably noticed at this point that I'm pretty much skipping all of these puzzles. There's not that much to explain right here. We're kind of just having a general conversation about just cool Zelda tech. We're mostly performing the same exact glitch over and over here right now, which is just item sliding. I am specifically also using it to go through those kind of force barriers with those 3 lasers. And it simply works in the way that where if you have enough speed to make it through in 1 frame or less, you don't take damage from it. But yeah, unfortunately, Tower of the Gods, there's no way to really skip any of it. You can skip the first floor, which you did see, but once you get to the second floor, you cannot in any way access the second statue without the first one, and the third statue without the second one, etc. So you have to follow through the intended order of that entire dungeon to be able to get up here. So this is why most people find Tower of the Gods to be one of the most boring dungeons. It's kind of playing the dungeon casually, but making it fast with glitches.
I like that at a few points there you were item sliding so fast it looked like you were just teleporting across the room.
Yeah, a lot of people that aren't too familiar with it will come in Twitch chat and ask what's that teleportation glitch, which I do not blame them in any way whatsoever, because it truly does look like teleportation once you reach a high enough speed. It is definitely something where the first time you see it, you have no idea what's going on. Also, right here, we are fighting Nintendo's favorite type of boss, which is a head with 2 hands.
Yeah.
If you played any Nintendo game, you will have fought this boss.
I've definitely used that trope a couple of times.
Yeah, just a few, though. Not too much. Unfortunate luck. If you get really good luck here, and you don't have the head of Goma move too much to the sides, or Godin, sorry, you can get a 1 cycle on the arrows where you can hit all 4 eyes before he does the laser attack. Unfortunately, I did not have good luck on the first and second cycle there, so I am going to have to get a 2 cycle in each one of these. I'm also interrupting the laser attack. An interesting mechanic is that if you go underneath Goma's head, so he has to look down entirely, he cannot perform his laser attack, so he simply just cancels it and goes back to his normal state. So you can actually do that as a casual. If he does start the laser attack and you're close to him, just run underneath him, and he won't do the attack anymore. By the way, right here, chat, I'm going to be... There are some really cool and interesting glitches coming up in about 4 minutes or so from now. But right now, I'm about to go through one cutscene and then walk to the second cutscene. So if you want to, like, kind of stretch your legs, go to the bathroom, grab a quick snack or something like that, I really recommend that right now. So this would be a great time to do so if you do need to use the restroom but you don't want to miss the run.
Yeah, take care of yourselves. Water check. Make sure you got water at least.
Or coffee. Or coffee.
I don't think coffee hydrates you, Linkus.
I mean, with enough milk, maybe. That's what I tell myself, at least. On a more serious note, be sure to hydrate, chat. I actually, a little bit of a fun fact during these cutscenes. This has been such a heated argument on my stream of if coffee hydrates you or dehydrates you. I have on stream read multiple actual scientific papers about the effects of caffeine and if coffee actually dehydrates you, like people are saying.
Yeah.
It has been a very hot debate. TLDR though, Chad, if you are interested, if you drink a normal kind of filtered coffee, like mug of coffee, you do actually hydrate more than the caffeine will dehydrate you, because you will be drinking more liquid. But if you take something stronger like espresso shots, then it will dehydrate you. But obviously, it's still way more healthy to drink a glass of water than a glass of coffee.
Yeah, it definitely, there's no flat answer. It depends on like how much caffeine is in it, what other liquids it's mixed with.
Exactly.
It's just a fun thing to go, I don't think that works.
Yeah. Well, that's just how, this is the beauty of like the internet and the Twitch culture as a whole. I mean, like anytime we bring up pizza, there's an endless debate about, you know, does pineapple belong on pizza? Which it doesn't, by the way, chat. But I digress. You know, there's a bunch of, you know, these beautiful, you know, topics where if it gets brought up, it always leads into a fun little conversation.
Yeah, there's some topics that are fun to just get into a lighthearted argument about. Like, where nobody's actually getting hurt feelings, but people are yelling about it just because it's fun to yell about it. And I know that
exactly.
the pineapple on pizza one is a very popular one of those.
Yeah, even my dad knows about it. And that's how I rank if a meme has gone like mainstream or not, if my parents knows about them.
Oh,
that's unfortunate.
Now chat is either vehemently agreeing with you or very upset at your opinion on pineapple on pizza.
Some people just can't accept the truth. What can I say? Right there, by the way, I do an item slide to clip through Hyrule. I do need to actually go up here and obtain the Master Sword, but it's still faster to clip through Hyrule because it skips a little cutscene that is supposed to play right there. So that's why I item slide across there and then just pick up the Master Sword the other way around. And here's the second cutscene that I was talking about, Chad. This kind of part of the game has a lot of really cool glitches, and we're actually about to come up in about 10 minutes from now onto our first cutscene skips of the game too. But yeah, for this portion, it's just a lot of kind of going through the main kind of story elements. Because if you haven't played Wind Waker before, you start the game, you start the progression, you get told to get the 3 pearls. Once you obtain them and got the Master Sword, you then kind of, you know, find out that the sword doesn't have power and you need to go ahead and kind of recharge it or upgrade it by going to Wind and Earth Temple. So in the beginning of the game and in the middle portion of the game, because the story changes so drastically, there's just a lot of cutscenes to kind of progress through the story. But thankfully, it is not as bad as it used to be because a lot of these cutscenes that we used to have to watch cannot be skipped. So We are in this run in total going to be skipping about, roughly speaking, about 10 minutes of cutscenes compared to what we used to watch, actually.
That's great. I did see a very important question in chat for you, Linkus.
Mm-hmm.
But does coffee on pizza hydrate you?
I don't know about that. The sodium and salt of the pizza and the coffee, I feel like that maybe it won't be the best combo for hydrating. Oh. Yeah, no. A little bit of a fun thing, Ray, though. Even though I love these new cutscene skips we have, one thing that I really disliked in terms of doing the 100% category was that the cutscenes that are being skipped were all of the bathroom break cutscenes, where there was no text. So where I used to have a lot of really nice opportunities to go to the bathroom, I now have like one moment of like 40 seconds where, you know, I can try and rush it. But other than that, I'm pretty much stuck not going to the bathroom. So when you're doing a long speed on like 100%, it's a little bit rough nowadays. Right here, I'm actually going to be a little bit off camera, I think, or you will see my forehead. I'm not quite sure with how my camera is set up. I think I'm going to be off camera because I need to get very close to the monitor right here, because right here I'm about to do a glitch known as barrier skip, which is a it's pretty much the main sequence break in the game. So right away, even in the beginning of the game, you can actually see the very end of the game. And the only thing that is stopping you from accessing that area is this barrier. And this was like the giant milestone we had for a very long time. But thankfully, right where the two invisible walls meet up in the middle of that bridge, there is just a few pixels where you can, with enough speed, clip right through it. So it might look like it is a very simple glitch, which with enough practice it is, but it is still very precise. In 360 degrees, there's about 55,000 different values that the game can register when it comes to your angle. And only about roughly 10 of them works to actually clip through that wall. So it is a very precise one, and you need to look for a couple of pixels in the corner of your screen to actually set it up. But if you're able to set those pixels up, you can then get enough speed with an item slide and just pop right through the barrier. And right there, I also skipped the trials. Now, you might be wondering why I'm even here right now, because I'm supposed to go for Forsaken Fortress 2. And that is because with how fast we can actually perform barrier skip nowadays, it's faster to do barrier skip twice in this category rather than going into the overworld and sailing. So that's why we're doing this trip. Right now, I'm also going to be changing to my gamepad because I need to use gyroscope aiming, which is only accessible in the gamepad, because I need to hit these 4 switches right here in a very specific timing. That's unfortunate. Because normally you would use the boomerang for this. But if you're able to kind of hit it in the same rhythm that the boomerang would hit the 4 switches at, you can unlock the portal even without the boomerang. But you still need to aim faster than you could on a joystick, since the joystick is limited in speed, while gyroscope aiming doesn't have a, obviously, cap, because, you know, you can just turn the gamepad faster. So that's why we switch over to that quickly.
It's amazing to me that, you know, barrier skip was the holy grail of this run. And you managed to do it that fast while just explaining the concept. Because
yeah,
even the last time I saw this run, the setup was much longer than that.
Definitely. The setups have come a long way, especially for the GameCube version. And like you said, muscle memory is also a very beautiful thing.
Yeah.
Please spawn on the ground. Unfortunate. You have a 50-50 chance if he spawns on the ground or in midair, and it's faster if he spawns on the ground, so you don't have to play tennis with him. But that's totally fine. It's a few seconds of time loss each time.
Is there RNG on how many times he returns the tennis to you, or is it always just one hit?
It's actually based upon the distance of how far away you are from him. So if you're standing really far away, it can be as much as 10, 15 hits. If you're standing right underneath him, the distance is so short that he only tries it once.
Okay.
Right here, by the way, Chad, you are about to see quite an interesting route for Forsaken Fortress. So right now, I technically have everything that I need to just go and complete this dungeon legitimately, right? I have the skull hammer, and I have the bombs, I have this, I have literally everything I need. But I'm not going to do the normal path you would imagine. And that is because of the fact that I want to do a cutscene skip right here. But if I go with the normal path, miniblins will actually spawn at the top of the area, which will cause a issue with my setup because I need to target, and if there's miniblins spawning, then the target system will just be targeting those miniblins instead. So because of that, I'm going to be kind of leafing around in these kind of half out of bounds sections to get over here. And now once I'm all the way up here, I'm going to align I'm gonna do this camera alignment right here and try and get a very precise amount of speed. So that I can jump into this door. And now, let's see if I can get it. Oh no. Come on. Come on. Come on. There we go. Beautiful. All right. So what I did right there is that I do this very, very kind of strange setup where I grip my controllers in a very weird way. So let me try and explain how that glitch works. So you need to first be playing with the Pro Controller and then have the gamepad laying in front of you. If you have the gamepad in front of you, but you're playing on the Pro Controller, you can still hit, for example, the options button. I can show you right now. Then the options button gets pulled up, but there's about a 1 second delay. So what I want to do is I want to open up the options menu on my Wii U gamepad while playing with my Pro Controller on the same frame that I entered the loading zone. But when you're playing with the Pro Controller, there's about a 1 second delay in between pressing the options button and actually the options menu opening up. So what I try and do right there is I try to hold the target on my Pro Controller, tap left, home, and A on the same frame while using my pinky finger to hold in the options button. If I'm able to time that all successfully, I will perform a side hop on the same frame that I press the options button. And if you're able to do all of that correctly, you will then have the options menu open on the screen when you go through the loading zone. And why that is so useful is because you're using the options menu, you can save and quit the game. And since the cutscene has already been activated, when you respawn back into the area, the game is going to be like, well, he already watched the cutscene. We have the flag that it got activated. So he's, it's already done. And you spawn in the area, you don't no longer have to watch it. So I do that. I spawn in Helmrock's tower. I then item slide all the way up the tower. And then I do a simple out of bounds clip. I kind of overlooked it, but I do a little out of bounds clip to skip Helmrock by clipping underneath the floor and then walking around the arena to skip him. It's one of the easiest glitches in the game, actually, even though it's a boss fight you skip. And then we go straight to Ganon. And yes, you will also notice that in this one cutscene, Link does have the other tunic. That tunic will not stay. It will disappear again after this cutscene is done. But the items that he's using in this cutscene, which is the sword and the shield, will actually be given to me. I already had the Master Sword, so that won't be, you know, I will be technically be getting a new Master Sword, but you won't really notice a difference because it's just a Master Sword replaced by a new Master Sword, which is the identical item. But it will actually add a shield into my inventory because I did not have that one before.
So you'll have no more holding empty items in your right hand?
Correct, unfortunately. Yeah, that was actually one of my biggest kind of struggles, and most people speedrun this game with a gamepad because it is slightly faster. I unfortunately get a lot of hand pain when I play with the gamepad. It's just a very, like, I'm sure you can maybe imagine playing with this, you know, tablet for hours on end is just not that comfortable. So my hands get very strained from it. And that was something that was very difficult to get used to, was to not lose a ton of time by playing with the Pro Controller. You have to get used to equipping items while playing with the Pro Controller because you don't want to pause and equip them. Which means that you have to get used to holding the Pro Controller, hovering it over your gamepad, and then as you're playing the game, you're using your pinky finger to swipe to equip all the items. So I'm doing that constantly throughout the run, to be able to not lose time to it.
Yeah, I've definitely done a lot of that similar stuff while playing and hitting a split button on PC, so...
Definitely. I'm always very scared though of that. I have had a lot of I don't know if have you been around speedrunning for a long time?
Yeah.
Okay. For any of the speedrun veterans out there, you will know of a program called W Split or V Split.
Oh, yeah.
Before Live Split became a thing. And the original mapping for that program was that you would split with spacebar, you would pause the timer with P, and you would reset with the R button. So I got used to this button mapping and I kept using it for years. But I like to have coffee in front of myself on my desk, and I've destroyed 2 keyboards by trying to split in a short moment with the space bar because I moved my whole hand forward to hit the space button, and then I hit the mug of coffee instead, and it goes right over the keyboard. So I'm always a little bit scared of splitting nowadays while playing the game.
Yeah, as soon as they introduced button mapping, I moved it to the plus button for splitting on the numpad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, definitely the better approach. Right here, by the way, chat, we're gonna do something a little bit interesting. So there is a giant cutscene trigger in front of that loading zone that activates the cutscene where Tetra turns into Zelda. However, the actual loading zone does not put you there. So what I do instead is I clip out of bounds. And then I enter the loading zone from behind, so I don't activate the cutscene trigger. Then I do this setup so that I can enter the loading zone on the same frame that I enter the options menu. When I leave the loading zone, Link automatically steps into the cutscene trigger, gets put back in the room with a Tetra, and Tetra becomes Zelda cutscene, and I can then save and quit immediately and skip the entire cutscene. And that's like a 4-minute long cutscene, so that is a very nice cutscene skip right there. And right here, you're also going to be noticing the second barrier skip of the run. And this one is the actual quote-unquote intended one in terms of the speedrun route. The first one is, like I said, optional, but this one is required to make the route work.
How many other categories have to do barrier skip more than once?
Just all dungeons. Yeah, I think it's just all dungeons. I'm 99% sure. Yeah, no, I don't think 100% does it. I think there is one duration of the 100% route that did it, but I'm 99% certain that the current one doesn't. But yeah, generally speaking, it's just really all dungeons, mostly because we don't have the Swift Sail and we don't need to get the Warp Song, which makes it not really worth it. While on the 100% category, it's not too bad to leave normally because you have the Swift Sail, and right next to Tower of the Gods is Cyclopes, which is who teaches you the Warp Song. So it's useful either way to actually legitimately go there in Hundo.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's interesting seeing how HD is very different in a lot of ways, but some stuff like this leaf hover to skip trials is very much the same. There's certain things that carry across between the two runs while they're still very different.
Definitely. For people that are very kind of old school, you will notice that the history of how the speedruns have evolved are very, very interesting, actually. Or at least I find that, but I'm kind of a Wind Waker nerd. But yeah, so way back in the day, before storage was found, or I should say like the dry storage with the Wind Waker, the GameCube version only really used ledge clips and those kind of smaller tricks. And then storage was found and it changed the game entirely. Then when the HD version came out and they had patched storage, or the way we got storage, the HD version pretty much became like a time capsule for the original GameCube version because it was the identical speedrun almost to what the GameCube version was pre-storage. Then Wind Waker got item sliding, which made it very similar to the GameCube version, so it kind of caught up. Then we found barrier skip on the HD version, which made the HD version very, very awesome and very different from the GameCube release. And the GameCube runners mostly kind of jumped shipped and went to the HD version. And then after 2 years or so, the GameCube version finally got barrier skip and they caught up and kind of got a similar speedrun to what the HD version now had. So both the versions have kind of been trading, whichever was the quote-unquote superior version to speedrun. I would say at this point, it's very much down to preference. Like, I think HD is better because I prefer the movement glitch. But if you prefer storage over item sliding, then both speedruns are awesome at this point. Right here, by the way, after I kill all of these enemies, after I obtain the light arrows, I'm going to be trying to do another one of these cutscene skips right now. You can see, however, that unfortunately, I can't do the normal setup right here for doing a cutscene skip, since I need to be able to, you know, side hop into the loading zone while taking up my options menu, and there's a giant door in front of this loading zone. So I'm actually going to be clipping out of bounds right here on this pillar, walking around this area out of bounds, so I can then side up into the loading zone, because even if you walk through the door, it's really once Link hits the loading zone that, you know, the next area starts loading. It's not the door itself.
That's a great solution. That's amazing.
Yeah, it's very, very nice. Actually, for the first about week or so after this glitch was found, what we did before we kind of thought, hey, why don't we do this? We actually used to get pause storage at the bottom of the endless staircase and then blindly with the options menu open, spend 25 seconds rolling up the entire staircase. So you would just see the options menu and hear Link go, rolling for 25 seconds straight.
That's amazing. I also just like that getting out of bounds in this game is so easy that you just casually say it like, oh yeah, so the solution is you clip out of bounds on this pillar with no explanation required.
Yeah, oh, well, that specific one actually that I did right there, really, you really don't do anything. If you get to the right place, if you climb up, you're just standing out of bounds. Like, you don't even have to do a frame perfect input technically there. I still try and do it as a backup because you can sometimes not be quite out of bounds, and then doing a frame per roll can like save it. But generally speaking, with a correct position, it's just as simple as climbing up and you're out of bounds. There's a few areas in the game like that. Right here, by the way, since I don't have the Warp Song or the Swift Sail, I don't want to sail out. So instead, I'm going to be using item slides to clip out of bounds and then go into this little corner right here, gain all the speed that I need, take out a bomb once I have enough speed so I don't overcharge my speed. And then we're going to be super swimming all the way to Fire Mountain.
Is this the same thing as an SD, that now that you have light arrows, you have ice arrows to deal with this?
Yes, correct. I didn't even mention that, actually. Thank you for saying that. Yeah, in this game, there is pretty much just like, unlike Ocarina of Time or Majora's Mask, where, you know, you have the bow and then you have the elements as separate items. In this game, the bow and like the bow specifically has 3 variants. It's just bow with fire and ice, or bow with fire, ice, and light arrows. So by obtaining the light arrow, you technically don't obtain just the light arrow element. You rather obtain the 3rd bow in the kind of items menu, which gives you access to all the elementals. Yeah, I very much agree with that. In Wind Waker HD, walls are more suggestions than limitations. As you probably just saw, by the way, also right there in Fire Mountain. The majority of walls can be clipped through. There's very few walls that we cannot clip through at this point.
I guess the main question is, does that method actually save time? Because I imagine there's certain walls you can get through, but it's either not useful or slower than going the other way around.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, there's still a lot of places where we stay, you know, in a bounds. One of the unfortunate things is, even though we can go out of bounds and break every single dungeon, the rooms are not loaded unless you go through the doors. So there's a lot of situations in dungeons where even if we can go out of bounds, we would never choose to because it's not really that useful. Right there, by the way, I item slide into Fire Mountain, clip through the wall, and it's actually kind of fortunate because the game continues to successfully check for the collision for that wall until you reach a certain amount of speed. And at that point, the game fails to check for collision and you clip through. And it happens to be the perfect amount of speed to actually land in the Dragon Roost coordinate, which means that I can just save and quit and spawn on the beach, which is very useful because you cannot super swim away from the Fire Mountain Island. So you really want to make sure that you can do that trick right there. Right here is going to be your first case, by the way, Chad, of playing this game blindly. There's going to be a couple of areas where I'm going to be playing the game blindly for a short bit of time so that I can skip the cutscene. So right as the sound plays of me getting the song right here, right now, I'm going to press the button to switch over to gamepad mode so I can save and quit, which means that I obtain the song, but I do not have to watch the final portion of that cutscene. And that's really the beauty of pause storage. And a lot of these kind of cutscene skips, they're based upon, you know, dying or, you know, getting hit by a bomb or something on the same frame that the cutscene activates, which means that if there's an activation that you get partway through the cutscene, you can't use it. But because pause storage technically allows you to choose when you want to save and quit at any point, it means that you can, if you're able to play the game without really seeing it because you're looking at the pause menu, you can actually go through gameplay areas or, you know, cutscenes, or in that case, playing the song melody, and then choosing to save and quit. Right here, I'm actually going to need to call for focus time because I will need to listen to the audio because this is the longest blind section of the run. It's pretty much like a blindfolded speedrun. So what you guys see is what I see. So here we go. Hopefully I don't get lost here. Let's see. Okay, made it to medley. So right there, I jumped out. I navigated the entire outside area of the reed area right there, grappling hooked across a gap, and then climbed up 2 ladders and made it to medley. And right now, I'm talking to her by pressing A. Right now, I took out the Wind Waker. Now I'm gonna play the song. And then, after this void out happens and the cutscene officially starts, I'm gonna save and quit and skip the rest. And bam, cutscene has been skipped. And there you can see the kind of difficulty where even though in a lot of the cutscenes, it's right through a loading zone, so I don't have to actually play blindly, there are still plenty of cutscene skips in this game where you have to memorize the movement. There's actually one portion in the 100% speedrun where you need to be playing the auction blindly because you can save and quit before the game takes the rupees away from you, but after the item has been added to your inventory, so you can pretty much steal all the items. And that requires you to play entirely without seeing anything for about 8 minutes straight,
That's
which takes a
amazing.
lot of practice to get used to.
So for that last one you just did with medley, how long did it take you to learn all of that movement with the pause menu up?
Oh wait, give me 1 second. I'm just gonna listen to the notes right here.
Okay.
There we go. The majority of the time isn't actually practicing, more trying to develop your own kind of setup. Because in Wind Waker, it's not like some other games like Ocarina of Time where, you know, every roll or side hop is exactly identical and the movement is very forgiving in terms of making it blindfolded. So you have to make your own setup that works for you. So the majority of the time that I spent to make that kind of cutscene skip work was more to make my own individual setup, because the majority of runners have their own unique setups for each one of those tricks. So I spent a couple of days researching what worked well for me in terms of how can I consistently navigate this without seeing anything. After that, once I've kind of figured out the setup, it was quite fast to learn it. But yeah, that's where the real difficulty lays, is figuring out the good setup that you can use.
Yeah, something I've run into when routing things is that you spend so much time working on it. By the time you have a route set in place, you've kind of memorized it. Is that sort of what happens with you there, where it's like you kind of already got the muscle memory once you're done figuring out the route for it?
Yeah, no, exactly. Also, right here, I went to Ice Ring, and while after going to Ice Ring now, I will be able to obtain the Iron Boots. After this, I'm about to do an island hop, and this island hop is going to be across 2 coordinates. Now, unfortunately, very minor adjustments that can barely be noticed by, you know, an RTA runner like myself will change where you land in the water, because when you're dealing with the hundreds of thousands of units of speed, it's very hard to kind of base those small, you know, thousands of units of values in precision. So sometimes I will get lucky and I'll be able to land right at Earth Temple. Sometimes I will land far away and sometimes kind of close. I'm hoping to land at the island or kind of close, because then I can just swim to it. If I get unlucky, I might have to manual super swim here as a backup. So let's find out how it goes. That looks good. Ooh, can I make it by swimming? This is gonna be tight. I'm gonna try and just swim for it. Please, cutscene activate. Please activate. Okay, thank you. All right. When my practice run that I did a couple of days ago in preparation for this hotfix run, I landed so far away that I had to spend 2 minutes to manual super swim to back it up. So that was actually very fortunate that it was only a 20-second swim. When did the sword get charged? Oh yeah, I actually forgot to mention that. I'm sorry, because I was explaining the cutscene skips. So remember earlier when I mentioned that some cutscenes give you items? For example, the cutscene earlier with Ganon gave me the hero shield. The Puppet Ganon cutscene, Link, during that cutscene, when he walks up to Puppet Ganon, holds his sword and shield in hand. And because those cutscenes are being played in-game, it will physically add those items to your inventory because they were used in the cutscene, and it is an upgrade to your equips. So by just simply watching the Puppet Ganon cutscene, the game will add a fully charged Master Sword and a Mirror Shield into your inventory.
It's funny that you got them added to your inventory, but because of the rules of the category, you still have to go through the dungeons that you would be doing to upgrade the sword anyway.
Yeah, there's actually another really scary thing about this. So when I beat Earth Temple, right, I will be getting the half-charged Master Sword. Now, the game actually has kind of a safety check in place where it will remember the highest upgrade of an item that you've ever had. So, for example, right now I have light arrows. If I go and obtain the fire and ice arrows, if I save and quit the game is going to re-add the light arrows back into my inventory, so I can't permanently lose it. Same thing with the Master Sword. If you have had a higher upgrade Master Sword and you then downgrade, if you save and quit or game over or reload the game in any way, it's gonna go back to the highest upgrade. So at any point, I cannot save and quit. If I fail a super swim, I have to remember to let myself wait for 30 seconds and drown, because if I accidentally quit out of the game in any way whatsoever, I will permanently forever be able to I will forever have lost my car, and I can never again actually beat Wind Temple. Because my car is only spawned into the overworld if you have the half-charged Master Sword. So it will permanently be gone. So there's many times where I have speedran this category, and then I sploosh on a super swim in the end of the game. And normally what you do is just click save and quit, because, you know, it's very slow to wait 30 seconds in the water for, you to drown and then sail back to the island. It's way better to just, save and quit, and then you're back already to, try again. But sometimes when you do that and you let muscle memory go through, you end up killing your speedrun.
Yeah, I didn't know he only spawned when you have the half sword. That makes sense.
Yeah, it's the flag that is used to check for my car. Right now, if I were to use... I can't show you without cheat codes, but trust me on this one. With the fully charged Master Sword, my car is actually in the final room of the dungeon, because once you beat a dungeon in Wind Waker, if you go back into the boss room, you will see Medley / my car, depending on which dungeon you enter, just sitting next to the portal forever playing their instruments, because, they're a god or a goddess now. So right now, my car is in the dungeon playing his violin next to the portal. Can also be an issue. Once you have my car, you have to make sure that you unlock specific stuff in the dungeon before you save and quit in the dungeon as well, because then he will enter the boss room, which means you can no longer use him throughout the dungeon to help you out. So there's multiple small little tweaks like that you need to keep in mind when you're using Medley and my car in the speedrun.
Yeah, that's really interesting.
Right here, I'm doing a specific route of Earth Temple where I'm gonna be bringing Medley along with me. Normally, however, I need to complete multiple rooms to be able to actually get access to the later portions right here, and have Medley along with me. But this is where some interesting out-of-bounds glitches comes into play. So I'm going to clip out of bounds, but I still need to actually get Medley with me, which normally, I can't get her out of bounds. So what I will do is I will place her next to these little kind of see-through bars, and then I'm gonna try and grab this ledge, roll in the very first frame that I climb up to do a roll clip, land inside of it so that I'm still kind of partially, you know, out of bounds, if you may, and then I can pick her up, walk out on the other side, and then simply just throw her and break the Song Stone and progress through the dungeon with Medley. And the reason why we need to bring Medley is because of this one Song Stone up ahead right here. There's this one Song Stone right here where you can only actually break it if you have Medley with you. There is actually a slightly newer-ish route called Medleyless, which allows you to complete Earth Temple without bringing Medley. When I go for world record attempts, I actually do use that specific route. However, for specifically all dungeons with the magic situation, you will have very limited attempts on the route. And even if done perfectly, your magic is quite low, so you cannot complete the boss fight as quickly. So it doesn't save too much time, but it loses a lot of time if you don't pull it off perfectly and you fail it. So for a marathon run like this, I definitely think it's better to just kind of go for the medley route. Right here, I'm going to do this little lineup because right now I'm next to the door, the boss door on this little lantern. So I'm gonna climb partially out of bounds right here. And oops, right there I failed. You can actually see right there. Normally when I jump out of bounds like it's nothing, every single time I do that, it is a frame perfect A input. It's just the muscle memory usually carries me through. But yeah, so right here when I climb up, I have to make sure that I press A to roll on the very first frame, or else I don't clip out of bounds. And a little bit of a fun fact right here, actually, Chad. This is something very, very interesting about this specific boss fight. Despite normally, in the final version of the game, you don't have light arrows when you get to Earth Temple, developers did actually program in a feature and a function where if you use the light arrows on this boss fight, he automatically gets stunned. So instead of having to sit in those little like light sources around this arena and just, aim the mirror shield at him for 5 seconds, you can simply just shoot a light arrow to immediately stun him. We don't, at least to my knowledge, I don't know if things have changed in the past 6 months. I haven't been keeping up too much with the research in the past few months, but at least the last time I checked at it, we don't know still exactly why they did that. The speculation for the longest time has been that Wind Waker has gone through a lot of changes in its development. There was a lot of scrapped dungeons and, kind of core mechanics were changed. So more likely in earlier builds, maybe there was a kind of thought that, you would get the light arrows earlier in the game rather than just in the very final thing. But we don't quite know.
Yeah, along those lines, another thing that makes me wonder is maybe if there was going to be some content where you had to use the light arrows as a light source for something else so that they're programmed to be a light in the same way that those light beams are,
Yeah. Yeah, no, definitely. It's definitely not just an oversight where because it technically is a light source, it just happens to overlap and work. It is specifically designed so that they will function that way. So they went out of their way to make it that way. But why specifically, like you said, we're not quite sure. It's all speculation. I guess it's a little bit of a lore while watching this cutscene. We've known for a long time from old concept art that there were scrap dungeons. They did confirm in interviews while they were remaking Wind Waker HD that the dungeons that they had made, because Wind Waker got delayed and then they didn't want to continue to delay the game, so they kind of rushed it. If you've ever wondered, this actually might get some people kind of rolled up and dance gamed at, but the only reason we have the Triforce collecting sequence in Wind Waker is because they had to scrap so much half-made content that they needed to make up for the gameplay changes. And how much of the Triforce quest you have is also determined on your version. If you owned the original Japanese version of Wind Waker and the GameCube version, not only like the North American and European release did you have the 8 Triforce charts, you had to spend 4,000 rupees to decipher and then fish up 8 Triforce pieces. Instead, on the Japanese version, you had 7 Triforce pieces and then a treasure chart, which led to another treasure chart, which led to another treasure chart, which led to another treasure chart, which then led to the Triforce chart. So if you thought that the Triforce quest was bad on the North American and European version and you grew up with, you should be happy that you did not have the Japanese version, because it was even worse. And they knew their mistake, because in every re-release of the game, they have slowly been cutting it down. They cut it down for the international release on GameCube, and they then cut it down even further on the HD version. And for the inter-use, they actually got the question of, did they consider, re-implementing the half-finished dungeons that were made for Wind Waker in the HD remake. But unfortunately, they didn't end up doing that, because those dungeons that were kind of half-finished all instead got put into Twilight Princess. So if you've ever wondered why Twilight Princess has so many dungeons, that is actually because multiple of the dungeons in Twilight Princess were Wind Waker dungeons that were half-finished that they just instead slapped onto Twilight Princess. So
Interesting.
That's why TP has so many dungeons, and that's why the HD version never got the cut content.
I knew about the Triforce pieces being because of cut content, but I never knew that it wound up in Twilight Princess.
Yeah. We speculated for a long time, but in inter-use, when they were releasing Wind Waker HD, was confirmed by the Zelda devs. So there's a lot of kind of backstory on the development of Wind Waker, which for me is very unfortunate. Even though I love Twilight Princess, obviously my favorite is Wind Waker, so I would have loved to see, 2 or 3 extra dungeons instead of the Triforce part of Wind Waker. But yeah, unfortunately, I don't think we're ever going to see the light of day of those dungeons.
I mean, someone else in chat saying, like, at least it's not just sitting in our hard drive somewhere. Honestly, in the time frame when this was made, if it didn't make it into Twilight Princess, it probably wouldn't be in storage anymore. A lot of the games that were made around this time frame, companies didn't keep long-term backups of the code.
That is definitely true for most games. I would like to speculate and guess that Nintendo keeps a very good track of the old Zelda and Mario franchise, since they remake or they port a lot of those old games. But maybe not. Who knows? Honestly, at this point. But I would like to guess that they probably keep backups of these sort of games. But
yeah, I just mean for half-finished assets, maybe they wouldn't have kept it.
For half-finished assets, I definitely agree. Yes. Oh yeah, we're talking about the source code of the the final game. But yeah. Half-made content, that I could believe. They probably don't keep all of that. Also, right here, I'm gonna enter Beetle's boat and leave immediately, because I need to actually move King of Red Lions, because when your own boat is too close to Beetle's boat, he cannot move, and I need the boat to move a little bit so that I can charge up speed right here and then slowly enter the water. Because if you don't move it, then otherwise the barrel will actually be too high up in the water, so it will cause you to drop once you enter the water, which will lose all of your speed. We don't know which dungeons were cut from Wind Waker and were put into Twilight Princess. We don't know that. It is speculated, however, that most likely it would be the Ice Mansion and in some form, and also the Goron Mines, because of the fact that there's a lot of scrapped artwork of Gorons. The Gorons still technically exist in Wind Waker, and also the only islands that show up on the map when you're zoomed out in the ocean are main islands and dungeon islands. And the only exception to that rule is Fire Mountain, where you get the power bracelets, and Ice Ring, where you get the iron boots. for some reason, those two islands show up on the map and break the kind of normal trend that all the other islands in the game does. And also, if you think about it, it's kind of strange that some really big key items like a power bracelet and a, pair of iron boots are just randomly placed in a tiny 2-minute island like that as well. So most likely those two would have been dungeons. We don't know if those were the two exact dungeons or, if they would have, originally been, a completely other type of island, and not an ice and fire one. But most likely those two locations would have at the very least had the dungeons. Right here, by the way, I'm going to be abusing a mechanic with my car, where in the HD version, they made a really nice feature where you don't have to hold my car physically in your hand to walk through a door. As long as he's following you, he will walk through the door with you. So by pressing the R button so that he follows you, and then you item slide across an entire room, if you really quickly press the A button to enter the door then, Makar hasn't given up on trying to catch up to you, so he's technically still following you, which means that he will simply just walk through the door with you. So that's how I was able to get him through that room without actually completing any of it.
So what all do we have left after this temple? We've gotten through most of the dungeons, right?
That is correct. This is actually the last dungeon of the game. After we complete this dungeon, we're going to be heading into Ganon's Tower.
Nice.
Right here, unfortunately, we are never going to see Makar again until the end of this dungeon. We can actually do the entirety of this dungeon without Makar. So right here, I'm going to shoot a very precise arrow to burn up the pot lid right there. And then I'm going to item slide across this room to avoid talking to Makar, actually. And then normally here, I would need to have Makar as my help to be able to access the boss key for this dungeon. But with some precise item slides, I should be able to get out of bounds right here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to... Sorry, what?
So you stomped on the peg, and then you did the thing to move the floor, and then you popped up above the ground again. Was that a glitch, or just I wasn't paying close enough attention?
There's a spring at the bottom right there, and if you put on iron boots, you can kind of shoot Link up into the air right there. I do it a bit faster, which is maybe why I caught you off guard.
Oh, okay,
because instead of doing the full animation of using the iron boots, I'm actually equipping items over the iron boots to force them to be removed from Link instead of, doing the normal animation of taking them off.
Oh, okay, you popped up instantly, so I was like, what was that?
Yeah.
It looked weird. That's an interesting question in chat, since if you were to save and quit, and that puts Makar in the final room of the dungeon, will he be there playing the instrument while you fight the boss?
Yes, he will be.
That's great.
Which, speaking of which, I just saved and quit because in specifically this category, there's nothing I need from this dungeon which Makar needs to help me with, because with these glitches, I can get through the rest of the dungeon without him. So right now I just did save and quit. So he's no longer in the jail. He's placed in the final room of the dungeon. And you will also notice on my B button that I do have the fully charged Master Sword once again. Not meant to do that, but that's fine. So right here, I'm going to leaf on top of this door frame right here. I'm going to climb up on the side of it, roll in the first frame, clip through the wall, and enter the loading zone so we can skip the small key. In this dungeon, there's only 2 small keys that are used. One is to access the mini boss room right here for the hookshot, and then there's another one that is used to access the bottom floor, the kind of basement area. There's a door right there too. But to obtain the second small key, it is very tedious and annoying, and it's placed very far out of the way. It's very important for the speedrun right there that you actually make sure that you use that you skip this specific small key by clipping out of bounds. So you can then use the small key that is intended for this area for the basement instead.
This looks goofy every time you slide so fast, you just bonk into the wall instantly.
Yeah. Right here, by the way, I'm supposed to go down into like the bottom area so that I can actually use a spring to get up here. But by using a bomb right there, I can boost myself into the corner of those spikes. And since I just took damage from the bomb, I still have invisibility frame, so I can't take damage for like a split second, which allows me just enough time to jump slash over the spikes and get access to the chest. And right here, I'm going to be using my hook shot. And if I hook shot in a very specific way, I can actually use it to clip out of bounds and get access to the basement. Yeah, as you can see, by the way, chat, if you haven't already, there are plenty of ways to clip out of bounds in this game. The different ways are never pretty much stop.
Yeah, even more reason for people to take the "we can get out of bounds on almost every wall in the game" seriously.
Yeah. Also, for anyone that remembers this like amazing Mulgara battle theme, I hate to disappoint you, but it is not going to be the way you remember. Right here, I'm going to try a really difficult trick. I'm not sure if I can get it, but there is actually a way in which you can one cycle this boss. If I don't get it, I'm hoping for at least a 2 cycle. Normally, you're supposed to do 4 cycles on this one. I actually do need to focus here, so I will be a little bit quieter in this part, so enjoy the show. Missed the first one, okay. So pretty much, you can deal up to 3 hits to Mulgara. After you hit him 3 times, he goes into the ground. What I try and do right there is I try and hit him twice, and then the bomb hits him as the 3rd hit, and a specific part of when I'm hook-shotting him. If I time it correctly, I will delay when he enters the ground. What the game will do at that point is it will wait for the tongue to be uninterrupted for about 1 second. If the tongue is uninterrupted for 1 second, then it is going to simply play the animation of him getting hit and doing the I got hit animation. Now, if I hookshot the tongue on the same frame that it plays the animation of Mulgara taking damage, it will play the animation, but he won't re-enter the sand like he usually does. Which means that I can just over and over and over again repeat that trick. So right there, you can see that I missed it the first time, and then I got it back to back on the second time. So that was a 2 cycle. Normally, like I said, he would pretty much for the first 2 go into the sand, then go back up, and then for the final 2, he would normally go up and fly around the arena. So that saves a lot of time right there, and it's really, really difficult because the frame window changes depending on how the tongue is, because the tongue isn't always placed the same way. That's why I'm kind of double tapping the hook shot with a rhythm to try and get a feeling for when to time it, because you kind of have to readjust on the spot each time as you do it. Thankfully, that did go well, and that is Wind Temple. Nice 2 cycle.
I have no idea how that works, and it looks hard. Like,
It
you
is
explained it, and I get the concept, but like, I don't understand from a playing perspective, but it still looks really hard.
Yeah. In very, very simple terms, chat, TLDR, we use a glitch to delay his damage animation, and with that, we then try and hookshot him on the same frame that he takes damage, which in return can allow us to continue to attack him over and over again. That is the most basic kind of form of that glitch. But yeah, right now, for people that have been keeping track, really that didn't work. That's all of the dungeons. That is every single dungeon in the game. So now it is time to go to the final part of the game and actually complete the game. However, we are not past the difficult parts because this is arguably either the best or the worst part of Wind Waker HD, all dungeons and 100% speedrunning, depending on if you like RNG or not. If you like RNG or random number generator, pretty much luck, you will love this speedrun. If you don't, not going to be as great. Right here, in all dungeons and in 100%, you want to skip Papaganon. But to skip Papaganon, you need to get lucky by hitting some morphs. Each time you try it, you have a 1 in 3 chance of it working. It's completely luck-based, and if you don't get the 1 in 3 chance luck that you need, you have to reload your save file, spend another 1.5 minutes retrying the glitch, and you can theoretically have to do this an infinite amount of times. I've seen people try it over 10 times without getting it.
Oh my god.
So, in the end of every single 100% or all dungeon speedrun that wants to, be a world record, you have to hit a 1 in 3 chance luck element right here, or your run is pretty much dead. So right here, I'm going to use a bomb to clip out of bounds. After clipping out of bounds right here, I'm going to align myself right here. And if you listen very carefully right now, Chad, did you hear that? If you didn't, that was the sound of an enemy getting hit. At the top of this arena, there are 3 morphs. 2 of them are actually located close enough to a warp pot to where if they get hit by a fire arrow, they will bounce. The distance they bounce is luck-based. They can either bounce in place or bounce forward. If they bounce at the max distance forward, they will actually end up hitting the warp pod. And because I hit them with a fire arrow, the fire of the morph will burn the pot lid, resulting in you being able to enter the warp pod at the bottom of this arena, skipping the fight. I don't know why, but this is giving me some hard time. Hello? 1 second, Chad. Hello? Hello? There we go. All right, here we go. Get those blesses in the chat. 1 in 3 chance. Here we go. Nope. So I hit both of those morphs. If you can hear the sound that you hit the morph with the fire arrow, you did your part, the skillful part, and it's all done. From there, you just have to hope that you hit the 1 in 3 chance luck element that the morphs bounced. To make it even more clear if you're still kind of confused, I will actually take a 5-second time loss right after I pull off the glitch successfully to give you a short demonstration in what is actually going on, because from our perspective, you can't really see what's actually happening, you know? You can just see me shooting fire arrows up into the air. So I will show you super quickly once I get the glitch what is actually going on.
Oh man, you explained that, and I figured there'd be like, you know, a mini cutscene showing the pot lid breaking, but you don't know until you try to jump in the pot?
That is correct. It's
Oh
not
my
until you
God.
jump into the pod. And if it worked, then it will take you up, and if it didn't work, then you just get spit out.
All right, chat, give Linkus your energy.
And also, if it wasn't clear earlier, the actual shots to hit the warp pod is a little bit precise, so you need to do these setups out of bounds to actually like hit the morphs. All right, here we go. 1 in 3 chance. Did we get it second try? Yes, we did. All righty, not too bad. And bam, that's Pup Again escaped. I will quickly show you right now what I mean. So I'm gonna shoot this morph right here. Did you see how it bounced against the pod? That was good RNG, and it would have worked if it was from the bottom. This, did you see how it did a short bounce? Would not have worked. So that one, short bounce, would not have worked. Do you kind of get the concept? It is not based upon the angle in any way. It is entirely based upon luck. There is nothing else to it. It does not matter which angle you hit it from or whatever. Once it's hit, it is all luck based. Right there, by the way, I do pause storage into the actual cutscene because I do not want to watch this 5-minute cutscene with Ganon. So I'm going to do pause storage again so that I can super quickly skip the cutscene. Thankfully, though, since the warp pod is already opened, I do not need to do the glitch a second time. I simply just have to item slide back to the warp pod and then enter the room. And now there will no longer be a cutscene there, and we are good to go.
It took me a second when you stopped before the door, and I was like, right, cutscene skips.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually also, just to make sure I would not mess up one of these for a marathon run, I also have some backup notes just to remind myself of how many slashes I need to do for some of these. Because there's one, this specific Ganon one, for some reason is the one that I overthink and I mess up sometimes. So I always have a backup note in front of me, just reminding myself of exactly which type of slashes it is, since it's very precise. No, it's a 1 in 3 in total with 2 of them. It's a 1 in 3 chance with 2 morphs. It's even lower of a chance if you just use 1 morph. All right, and by the way, time is coming up in a few seconds, so be ready on time. And time. GG. Alrighty, what was the final time?
2:22 even.
Not bad. Not bad at all. Well, there it is, chat. That is Wind Waker HD All Dungeons. That is the All Dungeons speedrun. Obviously, this game has a lot to offer. This is the All Dungeons category, of course, but there's also any percent when you beat the game as fast as possible. And my personal favorite, which is the 100% category, when you complete everything in the game. But yeah, I think that is pretty much it for the Wind Waker HD run and for me. If you did enjoy this run, please feel free to check out my own Twitch channel, twitch.tv/Linkus7, or on YouTube, Linkus7, on pretty much all social medias. I also want to quickly say thank you so much to the Wind Waker HD community, because even if, you know, I speedrun and, you know, I put on a show for you guys, and, you know, I put a lot of hours in personally myself to be able to complete these sort of speedruns, this would not be possible without, you know, an amazing community behind, you know, this that, you know, would help, you know, continue to push this game forward. I am not smart enough in any way to be able to develop all of these routes and, you know, figure out all of these, you know, interesting techniques that are used for these glitches. So huge shout outs to the HD community as well, Wind Waker, for helping develop the speedrun over all the years. I've been around this community now since 2015, and it's just amazing, or 2014 actually, and it's amazing to see how far Wind Waker has come since 2014. And also, of course, thank you, Ray and GameStuntQuick and the Hotfix for having me on. Really so much.
Yeah, thanks for coming on, Linkus. Didn't even have to prompt you to plug yourself, so thanks for that. I posted the Discord again in chat if you're interested. And yeah, thanks a lot for coming on. If you all Masters, which is a show about speedrunning, but sometimes speedrunning adjacent content where people show off speedrunning, but take a lot of skill to get good at. That'll be starting at 7 p.m. Eastern, followed by Time Capsule. I don't remember what's on Time Capsule tomorrow. It's a show about going over speedruns for a particular year. So if you want to see what year they're doing, we'll just have to tune in tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern. And of course, as a reminder, the Unapologetically Black and Fast event just got announced. Submissions are open. We'll be running February 13th and 14th. You can type !UBAF in chat for more information about that. But with all of that aside, we're going to take a quick break, and then we are going to raid someone. So if you want to see some more speedruns tonight, just hang around for a few minutes. We'll send you in the direction of somebody who's speedrunning. You can cheer them on, wish them best of luck, and we will see you tomorrow.